Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は372日目です。It is day 372. We are a day from level 36. Have a few things that crossed over because of the length. This shouldn't take too long. On the shorter side, it's the day before.
国旗
伸ばす
Oh, no. Kidding.
しゃべる漏水
Good enough.
翌日購入超える
公園
はい
漏れる
盗撮漏出適当
No.
騒ぐ
Oh, that one's kind of weak.
旗
講義
購読
快楽濡らす
I guess to wet something's better.
翌朝
一覧
破る
Oh, 破る
浮く
Yeah.
測る背後田舎切符
Oops.
深い
お
彫刻翌
翌
年
年 or yeah or 翌年 okay, that's fine.
翌月
破線
And
預金
預金 kind of similar ideas. Oh, oh,
博覧会
Bunkai. Bunkai.
Tereru.
Oh, wait.
紹介
新婚
新婚旅行遊ぶ
遊ぶ
弊社
匂う撮
撮
影
影
電
電気
気作
作
結婚
Alright. Oh, we do still get lessons from the one that flowed over. Alright. Be overdue. Stagnate? Interesting. Okay. Right. Stagnate can be too overdue because it's intransitive.
滞る
Totokoru. Todo. Ooh, wow. Totokoru. That is a lot. Got tie. Stagnate. Throw in rude. Say tall. Doggo. Pull. And say Obi. Is rude to get overdue. Oh. Okay. Is rude to overdue with getting goods, delivering goods by buying a hoe so and co with Obi expect them to be delivered on time. I'm using deliver because todo. That reminds me of that. Oh man. So cold. So cold. That's a tough one. Delay. Okay, that makes sense. So stai. Okay.
Todokoru. Shitai.
All right. Let's finish off. Stay vigilant. It was the shortest day of 11, right? Needs definition. Becky. Relatives. Habit. At. Chi. Flow. Go. Carve. Boku. Measure. Ha. Air. Sha. Cottage. Hole. Lecture. I stagnate. Cho. Introduce. I jammed in. Ko. Self. N. House counter. Use. Yaku. Misfortune. Ame. Hurdle. Go. Mutual. Ken. Sword. Do. Lifespan. Ha. Haji. Shame. Tsugi. Cedar. Do. Soup. Salt. Miso. And flame. E. Sake. Kuma. Kuma. Bear. Namida. Airdrop. Kaku. Desert. Goku. Prison. Kui. Drunk. Tsu. Vinegar. Nabe. Hot. Oh. Lake. Dole. Copper. You. Oil. Sho. Soy sauce. Sho. Soy sauce. Alright. That's a wrap for our WaniKani session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try. You're more than free to, you're always welcome to stop on by, right? Chat, discuss, engage in critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right? Thanks for watching this segment. See you guys next time. I'm gonna switch immediately to Bunpro for our Bunpro session. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は12日目です。It is day 12 Got a couple things. Got a couple things from yesterday. Trying to rope in that stuff. Things are kind of stacking up now. So, working on moving over to a more active recall, adding active recall in various places. So yesterday's week 1 was null being the normalizer, right? And then skip for liking to do something. And there was ga aru. To kind of refer to I guess it's kind of normalizing, yeah, normalizing a phrase in a bit, but it's really showing like a relationship with, so to speak. I'm gonna have to think about that more. Like a convenience store with a restaurant or something. And then there was the E, which could have been with des and ka. And that was more because it was using it as a permissive phrase. And 2 vocabulary. Screwed up on one of like some of the kana. We had oh. Was it part of it? No. Magaru? I think the ga was... Yeah, see, I have to look at this. It was done in a more of a state, which may require iru. Iru. I'll take a look at that. Really. In a bit here. And then wasureru. Oops. Bad. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna take a look at those entries now. How do I... the way to look up grammar? And I do... Oh, interesting. Okay, so it does recognize it, right? Was it actually this one? No, 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 no. Wait. Yes. Yeah, describing the noun that follows. Okay. Okay. And then... Okay. Okay, it's on the outside. What does A7 mean? Not a... Fine. Don't worry about it until it comes up. Alright, let's go into our grammar stuff. Alright, so we have kedo. For but. Do we have any other buts? I don't have any other any other buts. It's our second conjunctive. Right. Gotta remember that nouns and non-adjectives require da. Right. Kedo is one of the common conjunction particles in Japanese. These are particles that function by connecting the A and B parts of a sentence. Kedo works very similar to ga in that it highlights while thinking about A, B, right? This means that kedo will often come across as but. English. So we do have one. Or actually, we might not have this particular grammar point about ga as opposed to ga. As opposed to its subject marker or marking a subject.
毎日泳ぐけど今日は泳がない。北海道は寒いけど綺麗。田舎は静かだけど不便だ。
Oh, hey, Naka. That's an
田舎は静かだけど不便だ。これはステーキだけど冷たい。
That one's a weird one. I was like, wait a minute. As can be seen from these examples, just like many other grammatical instructions, dot will be required when using kedo after a non-adjective or noun, right? Kedo is just a modern, casual version of keredomo. Please see below for a list of the most casual to the most formal variations. Kedo, kedomo, kedomo, keredo, keredomo, ga, and formal. Okay. Yeah, like, so ga is that. Fair enough.
私は肉を食べるけども野菜も好き。
野菜も好き。Okay. See?
私は水が怖いけれど泳ぐのが好きです。お酒は飲むけれどもワインは飲まないです。沖縄は綺麗ですが暑いです。
Yeah, I'm far more accustomed to using the nga. The phrase after kedo will often be omitted if it is obvious or the speaker does not want to say. Yeah, you just end, basically. You just end at the end. Yep. パソコンはないけど it's a trade-off. That's assumed. Here's the guy. Okay, so we didn't have the literal point yet. I think we're okay. We'll wait till those points come up. Here it is. Got okay. And take a des. Interesting. That's different. As a particle, ga has several different uses in Japanese. However, each of these different uses share a common theme. That theme expresses highlighting A as important. B. In this use, ga comes across as but or however in English. This nuance of ga is used directly after any form of a verb. Okay, right? Or e adjective. It requires one of the conjugations of dot and des before it when it used with a noun or not. Yep, okay.
毎日走るが運動は嫌い。このカレーは辛いが美味しい。
Okay, so those are verb, e adjective, and then we have our non-adjective.
車は便利だが危ない。
And then our noun.
お金は大切だが時間も大切だ。
Oh, that's it. Oh no, that's not. That's just it didn't. Another non-adjective. Or I mean, 大切. It's not. Yeah. Or actually, this. Okay. From these examples, we can see that ga is simply highlighting that while A is important, there's extra information. Ga will, with the meaning of but, is considered to be very formal, but this is due to it sounding quite direct and asserting that there is extra information. Caution, sometimes a statement will end when ga. In these cases, it just means that more, but it is obvious, so it doesn't. So, まあ綺麗ですが synonyms. Interesting. Oh, they're gonna go over all the extents, right? So けれども we went over like the hierarchy, right? And then we have kero and だけど oh, that's just the same. Wait. In kero, da kero express contrast or transition similar to but, right? The difference is that ga is more formal, written style, while kero is more colloquial, but can also be used at the... Okay, that's just grouped together. It's not marked until I actually complete the review. And then we have Nanga des. The difference is that Nga follows directly after an E adjective. Oh, okay, that's the... Why are these listed as separate points? Or this... Huh. Interesting. Oh, wait for those. Okay. Ichidan. Right, Ichidan. Negative pass. When a past negative sentence has a connection with the present. For example, something was expected to happen, but it has not happened for the moment. The verb is A form plus E. And then masa and construction is that. Okay, what up? ませんでした。なかったです。Okay. Right. Alright, in order to form the negative past form of do verbs, you will need to remove the do and then follow it with the auxiliary nai or must conjugated in their past forms. This will either be, yeah, nakata. Or masen deshita. Okay. How do they describe this? Move the follow with the ox. Alright, that's fine.
今朝ニュースを見なかった。ゴミを捨てませんでした。
A semi-polite form may also be used as constructed by using nakata and simply adding this at the end. Not grammatically correct, this is so common that most are correct.
ライトが消えなかったです。
Okay. Right. What is this one? Oh, probably the next lesson. Okay. Alright, so now we have the u verbs or the go down verbs. When a past negative sentence has a connection with the present, right, for example. Okay, so then we go to the verb like the te form plus e. Or not. Oh no, we go to the always go to the e for polite, but then we go to the for standard. Right. For a second. Yep, okay. In order to make the negative past form of root verbs, you will need to change the last kana of the verb into the a sound kana from the same column, okay, from the same row, or wa if the original kana was u, right? After this, the a sound kana will be followed by nai or mas conjugated into their past form. This is either nakatta or masen deshita. For the masen deshita form, rather than the final kana changing to the a sound kana from the same row, it will change to the e sound kana from the same row. I guess you can kind of view it as the same column actually, now that I think about it. No, it's still row to me. So basically every instance of column is row. Right, if it's ku, For example, this rose is right this way. Oops. This is a row. So if it's under ku, you're looking for the I can kind of see it that way. Like you're looking for this column here. You can kind of see what they mean by the same column. Sort of. That's one extra step because they're talking about changing the ending of the in ku. So you're here and you're going to either a different column. That's fair. Actually, that's fair. Well, it will change the E sound kind of from the same column. No, that's not. So they're referring to the lateral movement of the ending, which I consider as a row. And then your columns are your sound columns. These are the sound columns. So it's kind of like half and half. Change the last kind of into the from the... See, it's not the same column. It's a different column. So that's kind of where I'm getting stuck on a little bit. So this ending, you're actually switching columns. You're moving laterally. So you're actually moving to the column. But you are conjugating or you're changing the ending to the same column for all the endings. Right, the ka, sa, na, right? These are, it's the same column going this way. It doesn't really matter all that much as long as you know what they're referring to. The negative past form is used to convey that something did not happen or was not. Yes.
私は公園で遊ばなかった。
So bu to bu, moving all the way to ha, like ba. Bu to ba.
あなたの車は洗わなかった。
This is u, so u moves to wa.
そこに置きませんでした。
Ku to ki, because formal, right?
そこには本がありませんでした。
Again, polite. Semi-polite form may be used as conjugation and then adding des at the end, right? Not grammatically correct and wavy, but it's so common, right?
彼とは話さなかったです。
Okay. Notice that the use of to and wa together. Double particles usage is common when presenting a topic in Japanese. Yeah. Yep. Aru is an exception to the regular conjugation rules of verbs. Yeah, because it would be just nakatta, like nai. Similar. It follows from nai, so you use nai and then conjugate, or at the end. The casual past negative is not aranakatta, but simply nakatta. However, the polite past negative form conjugation in the same way as would be expected for adjectives. Yeah, arimashiten deshita.
紙がなかった。紙がありませんでした。
Chidan negative. Oh yeah. We already got this. It's not complete yet. Te as a linker, yes, as a conjugation link, and then Teiru is often shortened to teru. This applies to all tenses, including teru, tete, teta, and even temas. Interesting. しかありませんでした。Wait. 疲れん。What the... Oh, Shin? Wait. What? Me? Yeah. There's no God? Or... What? Wait. Alright. I suppose. I don't... Is there some sort of meaning behind why you're saying that? Alright, anyways. Is that supposed to be a reference? Because the example sentence was kami as in paper, just a joke. I see. I mean, there wouldn't be enough context to know if you're referring to kami or kami. So I guess that it is the joke. Doesn't quite work as a written phrase, unfortunately for me. I get it. I get it now after you explain that you're making a pun. Would I ever get it? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I would ever get it because of it being written. Okay, so conjunctive particle. All right. Uh-huh. And then we have our exceptions. Am I gonna be... I have to take some time for the exceptions. West. And pass. I don't know if I've seen. Oh, interesting. I have not. But it actually has two forms, and it's listed as a different form. It's written as chu, or no, qi, as opposed to qing. Interesting. Into. Alright. In Japanese, te is a very important conjunction particle that can be used with many different structures when it is partnered with a verb, right? It has special conjunction rules depending on whether it is being added to a ru verb or a u verb. In the case of u verbs, oh, it's a shame that it's probably the unit right after this. It also depends on what the preceding kana is, right? For u verbs. The most common translation in any situation is just an or then, due to be being highlighted as something that happens or happened after a.
山を登って休む
Yasumu. So, oboru. So it's a do verb. So you drop inte. Ru, what is it? Ruutsu. Right. Ruutsu. Okay.
食べて寝る
Tabete neru. And then this is a how do they call it? A do verb. But not a u verb ending in do. Usually I just refer to these as kodan and ichiban, which is probably what the convention I'll probably continue to use. In these examples, we can see that te basically means a, te, b equals a happen, then b. However, this is only when it is linked to another verb. Sometimes the te form appears as de. This is a change that happens throughout the course of history, to explain why some of them end up like nde, and your gu to your ide, or ida, or the corresponding change. This is a change that happens throughout the course of it in order to make sentences flow more smoothly. Despite this, there's no difference in meaning between de and de as a vocal change, right?
本を読んで返す遊んで帰る
So asobu, into us, asonde, and then yomu to yonde. So that's the mubu, the new bumu. Although new is really rare most of the example. It often just most of the time is shinu. We got a bunch of boos and moos. The easiest way to identify whether to use te and de is by looking at the preceding kana. If the plain dictionary form of the verb finishes in gu, nu, bu, mu, then de will be used along with da as opposed to ta. Caution, there are several irregular verbs when it comes to te form conjugation. Let's look at an example of each one. The last one I haven't seen actually. 学校に行って勉強する。So 行く, right? Oh no, yeah. 行く. If it was く, it could have been 行って, but it's right. 行って. And we have Dai, wait. Daieto. Dang, that's interesting combination. Daieto shite skinny. I just yeah, yes it is. Yes, it is. Daieto skinny. Daieto skinning you up, like thinning down or losing weight. Koen ni kite kite asobu. Hey, hang on. So suru, right? Shite, right? I think I'm comfortable with that. Iku and suru comfortable with. Kiru. I mean kuru. Sorry, kuru. We're okay with kuru. Largely. Not so. These two are not so much. Although I can see. I'm not sure how often I say ote. So you preserve. Okay. Okay. So 答えを問うて書くto get permission, allow, yeah, that is allow, or able, allow. Okay. 許可を取って信号するyeah 実行するact out. Interesting. Apart from these 5, the rules of te form conjugation are 100% consistent. Unless colloquial speak changes it. I totally understand the whole idea of 100% consistency. But man, whenever you have technicalities and grammatically correct but spoken accepted as true, 100% consistent is an interesting, bold flavor. Yeah. I think we're in the interest of time. I think we're gonna do related things in retrospect, right? So I think what I would do starting like next month or something is to read all the ones that are already existing. So related, we have past tense, right? So this would be the interesting. Right, we need to have known how to do the past tense, which is ta as opposed to he. And then where there is de, there is da, right? Applying to the same groups, which is the ru, right? Ru utsu, right? Ru utsu, which becomes clap ta, right? And then we have the numu, we had the I've got the ku and gu group, which is the ta. Oh no, it's just ta actually. I take it back. We're talking about just the standard because the formal is okay. Formal or polite is okay. So it's just ta. So then there's the ta ta, right? With their, oh actually, I take it back. I might actually have to look at this again. Hold up. I want to look at this again. Yes. Okay. What I had to double check. So that's good. We're basically only going over in the head everything that has one of these blue buttons now as reinforcement. Right. So then we have the ita next to the ide. Ite. Right. And then the last group is all the right, unda. Right, does. And then last one, and then the very last one, shita. Which is how I kind of keep up with suru. For those specific ones, though, it actually changes there, like in some of them. And then we have the dictionary form, so go down verbs, and then their relation to their ichidan counterpart, the negative ichidan counterpart, or we simply add te. Then we have the ichidan, right? The ichidan verbs entry, and then the rest we'll come back to. So that's probably going to be the routine eventually. We'll get into the routine of doing that, which is I'm still going to look at synonym and antonyms because they're incredibly valuable to me. It creates relationship. And then the related tab will be used to focus on all the concepts that are already related, because we want to form associations with existing things that are granted. A lot of these other things are already in existence, but in order for me to like prioritize and reinforce the things I'm responsible for all along the way, we'll do it that way. Eventually all of these are going to lit up, right? Because they also retroactively have the same related points at a later point. So when this point comes up, for example, many of these things are going to light up. If these one, like when we get to this point, many of these other points are going to light up as well. So that's probably what I'm going to do in the interest of time. Okay. I don't know. I'm thinking of doing a consolidation. So we're going to consolidate practice after each deck. So after N5, we'll consolidate for like maybe a week or two before moving to like N4, since these things are blocked off. So vocabulary and grammar are blocked off. We're gonna use a different strategy here. Meanwhile, like WaniKani and HanziHero, it's continuous, right? I did take there is vacation mode, but that vacation mode was just the 5 days I'm out of town, which is true for every single year. So for now, I have to decide when the block is complete, right? When we complete the block, what does 9 out of 12 mean? Oh, is that the... No? Interesting. Anyways, that's kind of my tentative thoughts right now. I'm trying to sort out how I'm gonna go about it, like the pseudo scheduling. I obviously don't agree with SRS in many ways, but agreeing is maybe agreeing is not quite the word, but more like if you study for a very long time and you learn a lot of things from a very long time, you kind of have to tweak it, right? And tweaking it simply means that there isn't a one size fits all most of the time. The more nuance you get, right, the more you do this often, you're inevitably going to incorporate tweaking things, which can be on the platform itself. Like you can tweak it literally on the platform itself. In this case, I'm trying to use what they give me and then tweak it based on what they give me. Miscellaneous, wait, I haven't seen a miscellaneous column, have I? Please do for me. Okay, same deal. We're probably gonna treat this the same deal, right? All right, go in and see how they represent it in a prompt. I should have went over that. Okay. Oh, oops. Wait. Oh, yeah.
便利だけど高い。
Right, gotta remember the non-adjective and the noun. Right, okay, so they accept a slightly formal, okay, slightly more formal. I do hear both of these in construction. Okay. Okay, so literary article construction. Okay, so they're gonna use literary for
早いですが起きます。
That is true. Now that I think about it, upon reflection, yeah, I don't. For me, the exposure is almost exclusively for instructional material and written material. When I think about it, like more than 80% of the time. Oops.
Sushi は食べなかった。寿司は食べなかったです。寿司は食べませんでした。
Trying to think, like, it's seen, like, in my head, I'm seeing it more like this, just to review the other ones, right? And then this becomes this. This is a relationship between this and this. Oh, I forgot the
昨日行かなかった。昨日行かなかったです。昨 昨日行きませんでした。
Hang on. I need to look at something here. I want to look at this. Okay. Interesting. Okay, it's kind of for iku, right? It's whenever I'm not sure if the idea is it's whenever it ends up being next to an E, if following the same. I don't know if that's intentional. So this is ita as opposed to ita, right? And then the te as opposed to ite, it becomes ite, or not ite, but hold up. Oh no, I've already forgotten. Wait. Uh-oh. Was it this one? Yeah. Yeah, it follows K. But it's okay. Not alright. We'll see. Whoops. Sorry. That's not right. We're here. Okay. Interesting. I'm thinking of it more from a sound perspective. Oh, I have to type the rest.
食べる食べて
I'm like conjugating the N, but I'm not like writing the rest. I'm not writing the stem. I keep dropping the stem. Alright. Let's continue to our vocab. This will be interesting for sure. Okay, hanbun. Hanbun. Yeah, fair enough. Isha? Oh, Isha-san for polite speech. Oh, interesting. That is certainly very polite. Okay, Adu. Alright, we got Adu. Doesn't say anything about Okay, so their vocabulary entries don't necessarily say how often they appear as kana. You just gotta read here. At the moment, there might have been. Is there a relation? Yeah, it might have been mentioned. I don't remember. It might have been mentioned in the Haru grammar card, because we went through existence already. Okay, jikan, jikan, right? Jikan. Hey, speaking of ami, interesting. Kisaten, as opposed to any others. Actually, let me sure. Right. Okay. And this was a special read, so. Okay. Right. Sato. Anjobi. Ryugakusei. Gaikokujin. Right, Gaikokujin. And so, Gaikokujin. Right, Gaikokujin versus Gaikokujin. Or Gaikokujin. So, this is that classical, the lipness test. Right? Yeah. This, Gaikokujin. And then we have Gaikokujin. And then Gaikokujin. Dashin. Fair enough. Moving picture movie. Abbreviation. Hotung. Oh, this doesn't work out though in this way. A moving picture. Alright, 動物 読み物 足 I'm not sure if I've encountered a hush, like hush, hush, like this way, the other way, hush. Yeah. And then hashi. Bango.
番号
Bungo. Okay. Alright. Ototo. Brother-in-law. But younger. Right. Yeah, and then archaic use, pupil. I can understand the archaic use. Okay. Kau. Among many kau, there is also an overlapping kau, but we can see which one it is. Oh, that's interesting. To incur someone's... Okay. To incur someone's anger. Evoke to arouse. To win. Oh, I guess it has a negative and positive pivot. Accept, to take on, to take up. Interesting. Intriguing. Kind of reminds me of like ukeru or something. To accept, to take on, to take up. To pay for. Oh, right. Yes. And then we're back to either paying for something or to buy. Kudamono. Fair enough. No. Right. And Hiru. To take the blame or respond to bear. Ah, yeah. Yes, this would be the one. To take the blame or to bear. It's also part of like burden, carrying something, bearing the like suffering, bearing the weight, bearing the responsibility. All right. Wrong.
梨を半分食べる。
半分。
私の父は医者だ
What? Oh.
机の上にリンゴが3個ある。
Right.
1時間は60分です
この紙は薄いです。
Yeah, usui. Don't use that too often.
「私は喫茶店にいます」
砂糖が欲しい。
あなたの誕生日はいつですか
Oops.
彼は留学生ですか？
私の夫は外国人です
この写真は古いです。
父は動物が大好きだ
飲み物のメニューをください。
この橋は長いです
あなたの電話の番号は何？
こちらが私の弟です。
かわいい財布を買う。
I'm basically just I'm basically just like mouthing and breathing the things out in order to like kind of not strain my voice much. Should one brush one's teeth before or after breakfast? You've heard different opinions. Please guide. I have no idea. You do you. My commentary on that is whichever is more consistent. If brushing teeth is laborious and requires that you need a reinforcement for habit formation, then you would do it before. And if you find it rewarding and it creates catharsis and feeling, then you do it after. This is in terms of habit formation. So if your established habit is, if you already have a habit of before, then the answer is before. If you already do it after, the answer is after. This is just commentary. However, if it's not a habit yet, and you're in reinforcement stage, this is what you're asking about. Usually you're asking about reinforcement when you ask someone guidance. So reinforcement requires association in this case. So maybe you should ask your dentist. I'm sure they can do both, right, James? They can do both. So that would be a maybe you should Google it situation, but let's just think about trying to answer the person as opposed to deflecting and deferring. But so if say you've already asked your dentist or whatever your dentist is suggesting, which is also subject to change in opinions because there are differing opinions, you have habit. So when we're referring to reinforcement, if you're acquiring a new habit, I still haven't gotten to the punchline about the dentist thing yet, but if you're acquiring a habit, so you need to acquire reinforcement, the idea is whatever you're currently doing, is it a reward? As in, is it an overall positive thing? If brushing your teeth is a positive thing, then you can choose when to use it. You can do before or after, coupled with your breakfast. Because a positively reinforced habit can be moved very easily between before or after. It is the vehicle for that. So breakfast would be the trigger. If breakfast is a positive thing, then you can do either before or after. This is specifically for establishing this reinforcement will then establish a new habit. Obviously, this is assuming that you want to change something. So that would be whichever one is positive. You usually either do it last or you need a reinforcement for that habit. Otherwise, in terms of you're asking, should one, you didn't ask if it was healthier, or I'm guessing when you say should, you're making the leap of logic for healthier. Which, when you're asking about healthy, yes, that would be asking for a dentist's opinion. And I am not a dentist, right? This is not me. I'm not a dentist. However, when it comes to, instead of thinking of it as healthier, dentist is in the idea of prevention. So these are preventive measures. And preventive measures is often predicated on how well you can establish the habit. And then it goes back to this perspective. So the dentist would say, in my opinion, again, I'm not a dentist, so my opinion flows into this, is whichever is more consistent. Because if you make a dentist argue that, oh, it's always better before, or it's always better after, it would not be as good as doing neither of these. So that's why I decided to view it from a habit standpoint. And it's whichever one you either already do, or if you're choosing to change something upon asking your dentist, then your dentist might say the same thing and you're like, good, you change nothing. If they say it's different, then I go back to reinforcement. Can you do it? If you're unable to do it, then trying to change a habit to make it negative, right? It's kind of like, let's just do, instead of teeth, let's do study. So we can make it back to language learning, right? Study. If study is a negative component and you're trying to make it into a habit, for example, we'll change it up. Is it better to study before pleasure? We'll use video games, I guess. Actually, we'll use social media. Is study better before social media or after social media? This is something I can sort of comment on as opposed to a dentist. So since I'm not a dentist, right? I'm not a dentist, but I would say reasonably, unofficially, I am someone who's particularly excellent at executive function. And oftentimes when we talk about like which is better, like if you have to brush your teeth, the answer is you should brush your teeth. So before or after, if you brush your teeth, that is what I think of as executive function. And then you can choose before or after, of course, asking an expert. But when it comes to studying, you can actually, it's the same relationship actually. You can do either. If studying is a positive thing, then you can move it anywhere. So brushing your teeth is very similar. If you like brushing your teeth, you can do before and after, whichever one you like, right? After adjusting a dentist. However, if studying is negative, as in it's not a new habit yet, not a habit, and you want to make it to become a habit, usually you're studying, you study first. And then you follow it up by pleasure or the reward. Now, how does this relate to brushing your teeth? A lot of people tend to classically brush before and then eat after. Because eating is considered the positive reward for brushing your teeth, which is often negative. For like, I don't know, younger people, like 17-year-olds to 20-year-olds. Brushing your teeth is preventive, but it doesn't quite have an overall, and we're talking about like general, like I'm gonna say greater than 50% younger people would say brushing your teeth is negative. So you typically do it before, and then the eating is the reward for brushing your teeth. So oftentimes this is, quote, healthier from my perspective, not from a dentist's perspective, from my perspective, because it forms a habit. It forms a successful habit loop. So you can easily get up. It's like, oh, I'm about to eat breakfast. I'm looking forward to breakfast. I should brush my teeth before. Because in order to allow yourself that breakfast, you have to brush your teeth. If brushing your teeth is positive, then you can move it anywhere, because the habit will still happen. This is assuming that your dentist is probably going to say you should brush your teeth, whether it's before or after. You should brush your teeth on a regular basis. So that means forming a habit. Studying is very similar. If studying is positive, like for me, I like studying. The way you convert the stuff to positive is they become a habit. So I have a habit of studying things. Not a lot of people have a habit of studying things, so they have to establish that. So they have to study before they do something good in order to form the habit. Brushing your teeth, you can choose once you have a reward system, and when brushing your teeth becomes a habit, then people start arguing about whether one should brush teeth before or after, because they have the ability to move their brushing teeth habit anywhere they want. So ultimately, if I had to step into the shoes of the dentist is going to say, as long as you're brushing your teeth, it's good. Whether it's before or after, there's not, in my opinion, there's not statistical evidence that would say that is statistically, incredibly statistically significant. It's kind of like comparing Oral-B, right? Rotational mechanical toothbrush versus a vibrational, like single access vibrational one. I would say both of them would be gets you like 80 to 90% of the way, despite one being potentially inferior. So in this case, brushing or after, before or after is going to be something like that. And you'll probably get different opinions from dentists as well. However, that's a little overstepping. So again, I'm not a dentist. Probably should ask a dentist. What I have to offer is about habit formation. If you're not forming the habit, then not brushing your teeth is terrifying. And I don't know what is it, the way you phrase things and the way you talk about things, but I'll entertain the idea that you occasionally ask these things because it's not like some fishing expedition for something else, right? So there you go. Let's practice in offering something that you may or may not have asked. Okay. Anyways.
その果物が欲しい。
あの家は私の家です。
That is a little concerning. That's what? I am drawing a blank on where, and that's unfortunate. Oh, wrong ending, right? You did.
T シャツを着る。
I was thinking of listen. All right. $113 because it added 25 to the previous. Oh no, because time eclipsed. Oh, time did eclipse. Okay. We're separating these. We start with grammar first, because I need to keep these separate for now. We're not mixing them together. Okay. That's okay.
私は勉強をする。
Okay. Is the grammar point? Is the grammar tab specifically for suited? Huh.
アメリカから来ました。
これは便利なツールです。
Okay, those are fine. Still. Okay, this one's fine
明
too.
日もいいですか？
昨日テレビを見た。昨日テレビを見ました。
Okay, so these are fine as well. Right, where this would be the thing on Ichidan and past standard. And then when they mean standard, they don't mean... Oh no, they do mean... Wait, yeah, no, they do mean standard. Standard is standard, okay. Emphasis on effect. So the emphasis on effect is... Oh no, it's the other way around.
今日は時間がないので、明日に漢字を教えます。
Okay, wait. Oh yeah, it's referring to the effect as in like not the effect after the cause, but the effect of the thing that's happening. Ah, man. I'm not sure if I like the word effect on here, but effect before. Okay. This one's, the notation on this one's pretty nice. Yeah.
体が大きい。
Sizing. Okay. And then this is the thing from yesterday that I was a little bit...
綺麗な池がある公園。
Right. Saying there's something else characterizing the noun after, right? That you dislike. It's not quite there. I think maybe this is just we're doing the this is specifically on Oops, I forgot the na.
嫌いな食べ物がありますか？
I think the grammar is legitimately just on kirai. Pretty sure it's just on kirai because there's a grammar on tsuki as well, which is a non-adjective. Both of them are non-adjective. This is actually one of the special non-adjectives that end with an e, right? So it's ski. That's what the grammar point was on. One of the grammar points. So,
それは熱いよ。
okay. Negative, okay. Standard. Oh,
今日は寒くない。
right. Negative, standard, and e adjective. I need to clarify something. Do I have na yet? No, I do not. We did not cover janai. Okay, for na adjective yet. Okay. I'm thinking of relationships now as well. Making sure that I either have it or I don't, but it doesn't hurt to think about them. So always constantly asking, right? Na adjective, e adjective, godan, ichidan, what type of form we're using, the steps, and it's not really like you're gonna do this in real time or not. The idea is like I'm curious about the relationships. Okay. Outgoing confirming.
Is
that the only one? Oh. I kind of thought there were at least one other alternative. Oh, wait, just kidding. I already the death is already there. It's fine. Okay. I think this is a test for
大切な人。
友達も will you non-pass polite. 런던에 flew? Okay, so we're doing Godan now, right?
ロンドンへ飛んだ。ロンドンへ飛びました。
Okay. I really like that they show both. Despite only asking for one, they do the audio and the contrast with both. I kinda would like. I'm not. I mean, I'm the kind of dude that would say, despite their alternatives, having all the alternatives displayed next to each other is fantastic by automatic. Actually, let me see if That's a thing. I don't think so, right? Oh, auto expand in no, not expand. I don't want the info thing. I want the review SRS automatically fill in the remainder of partially correct. I still like this. This one's fine. Undo action, change the behavior. Oh. Okay, so there isn't view order? No, that doesn't. There isn't one where it just shows like vomits. It vomits all the alternatives and highlights the thing. I still like that they do it for the polite versus standard situation. And I kind of don't mind it if it did it for others too. It doesn't do it for things like the difference between like Noa and Noga, right? Or something where the particles can shift. Or like the contrast between e, ni, despite them not answering the actual question, but it's contrasting to it. Or contrasting or comparing to it, right? Oh, excess information basically. I kind of like if they were automatic. And all the alternative answers to be displayed at the same time. After adjective? No. For a noun, so oh. Oh no, this is because we're doing like actually no, this would be today's thing. So like emphasis on the cause. Okay, so now we're doing like cause is still before as opposed to the effect, right? The effect and cause. So that would be you need a oh yeah, I forgot the na. Whoops. I deleted the na. Oh, has a weaker nuance, so the cause is the weaker nuance? Like because it's candy. Like
お菓子だから甘い。
okay, hold up. So it's after. No, I don't understand how they're emphasizing cause. Hang on. Right, that's fine. Oh, this is the thing about the reason and no, it doesn't help me differentiate. Emphasis on cause. Depending on which part of the sentence, what comes before and after is often translated because, or in these cases, it just means to be used in any type because. Huh. Alright, let me see the node. Kara and node both expresses a cause or reason, similar to the English A, so B. The reason comes first, followed by kara, and then the result. So it's the emphasis on cause, which is the reason, right? Kara is more colloquial, used in everyday speech and often for personal and emotional statements. Node is slightly more formal and tends to be used for more objective statements. Does that help me distinguish? Not particularly. Emphasis on cause. Node, this means that it connects two parts. The connection that node makes is similar to kara, meaning that construction is different. One is right. When used, sense puts emphasis on the sentence as a whole or on the effects caused. Okay, so we're gonna go with the idea that oh no, but it's kind of both. Interesting. All right. I'm gonna write a note about this. This is probably one that I'm gonna have to fill out here. So we have dakara, and it's gonna be nanode for, and then the phrase emphasis on cause is kind of like tripping me up. Okay, let's see what the other one is. This is probably the ski card, and it is also non-adjective.
Bus で学校に行く.
What? Did you include something? Oh. I need to normalize the whole phrase before.
私はラーメンを食べるのが好きです。
Okay, well, new day, new review, new insights. That's for sure. All right, I need to think of a different routine for vocabulary. Okay. Anyway.
この迷路を出るまでに1時間以上かかった。
あなたはこの国旗の国名を知っていますか?
Interesting, like these, using this 革命。
毎日コーヒーを飲むのは妻だ。
ここに青のペンがあります。
子供のためにジュースを買う。
ために。
彼女はどんな仕事をしていますか？
おいしいご飯を食べて学校へ行く。
彼女は仕事をしていますか？
家の床が冷たい。
No, not Boku. What's little boy? I guess. Casual, soft sounding boyo. What do we have for probably like oh no wait. It oh. Masculine. The closest thing I can think of is like yeah, the closest thing I can think of is like Ototo. What? Oh boy. Other than that, like Boku.
僕、お名前は？
What did I type the first time? I might have typed it incorrectly. I don't know what I typed for Boku the second time. It was like right after I typed Ototo. That's okay. Typos and typos.
鉛筆で字を書く。
明るすぎるのでカーテンを閉めてください。
They did change that up actually. Interesting. I'm more used to seeing it this way, but I typed the only entry that I had without like I forgot to read skiru. Interesting. Can we add something to be oh?
私のお弁当はどれ？
独り言。古い下着を処分しなくちゃ。
And that's dispose. So you make it suru. Shobun suru. So shobun jinaka. Jinaka. Shinakucha. Shinakucha.
教室でクラスメートとハンカチ落としをして遊ぶ。
すみません、バス停はどこですか？
写真を見ながら。これは私の父です。
恋バナをする女子。私は筋肉がたくさんある強い人がタイプです。
この定規は長い。
彼はとても元気です。
彼女は大学生じゃなかった。社会人だった。
社会人だった。A working adult.
父は病院で働いています。
愚痴を言う。あの上司はとても好きになれない。
その女の人は私の姉です。
Oh, it's flying by. Flying by, you say. As in passing. Oh no. Wait. Flying. How do we go? It's not that. No. Is it? There's no way, right? My only thing I can think of is... I was about to say. Okay. So... there's... feeling attached. It's more like passing. I'm looking for something along the lines of passing through. Or is it like... well, I guess we're gonna write this too, so... okay, let's look at this. We have time, right? This is seams here. I was thinking maybe like in absence means as by. Oh, I know. Probably 早く。
時が経つのが早く感じます。
So flying by in the terms of quick flying by. Okay. I see. I wrote that down, so we have 2 points today so far. 今日の夕飯は何ですか?
その日は雨でした。
彼女はとても可愛いけど、how did we do the けど? Oh, けど, but, right. And then, 怒る angry? Mad? 怒ると兄のようになります。She becomes like mad as a demon, like a demon. Okay, sure. Which news are we thinking of here, though?
アイドルが出演しているニュースの番組が人気になっている。
It's describing a program.
校長先生、学校は勉強をする場所だ。
夏休みはいつまでか知っていますか？
今日は気温が40度なので、外には出ないつもりだ。
熱々の鍋を素手で持ってはいけません。
There's nabe.
この服は高いです。
転校する生徒、僕のことを忘れないでください。
この食べ物は冷蔵庫で保管した方がいい。
Dang, I wasn't expecting to see Tambo to turn over or to plow? Wait. I read turnover. I specifically read turnover as interesting today. What was the way to turn over something? I'm gonna say
田んぼを返す。
yeah, I specifically remember saying ice and then turn over and return. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Turnover. Yeah, to turn something over. 難しいね。
この問題は難しい。
サッカーをする。
私は生の魚が嫌いだ。なので寿司も刺身も嫌いだ。
なので
観光ガイド、ここからトイレまでは500メートルあります。
そのカバンは誰のものですか？
その店ではフォーマルな格好をしなくてはいけない。
なくてははい。
一緒に図書館で勉強をしませんか？
アメリカと日本は遠い。
父は毎朝新聞を読みます。
あなたは寿司が好きですか？
子供、テレビがあるキャンプ場に行きたい。
コロナ禍の学生、スポーツをするときはマスクを外してもいいですか？
マスク、oh. that there how about removing oh they're not going over there. Yeah, that's
そ
fine.
この家に住んでいるのは僕の祖父母です。
このケーキは美味しいです。
新聞を配る。
But wait, baru. Baru. Or to hang out? Oh yeah, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Twist. Oh,
ネクタイが曲がる。
I didn't make sense. I was thinking naru? No, not naru. Or ne? Naru. Nageru? What am I thinking of? I see the character in my head, but I don't see it like nen. I'm thinking of nen. Let's see here. You thought of hineru? Oh yeah, hineru. Yeah, it's hineru. Yeah, I'm thinking of hineru too. And like I only remember the onyomi, which was like nen. Yeah, hineru was immediately what I was thinking of. I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe. So here's the test, right? I'm curious. In the future, how many alternatives there could be, or do they become more specific? Or they become more specific when they're writing out the target thing, right? They add like a lot of parentheses. I'm genuinely curious how they're gonna do this in the future.
私は絵を描きたい。
This is what I kind of missed with WaniKani. I miss constantly reading the top, and I decide to display the sentences again because after I read this, I want to also like quickly connect certain things very quickly. But I do miss, despite like with or without. WaniKani obviously reads out all the words and or reads out all the words with the help of the three people, right? For myself, regardless, it's nice to constantly be reading these, and it's like this is what I'm staring at. I'm not staring at, as much as it simplifies things and overwhelming, like you're just staring at like one word, right, in the middle here, and then the little sentences on the bottom, while it's obfuscated, I actually added it after the fact. I do quite enjoy seeing this stuff here. It gives me a lot of thought and preponderance. Hajime ni? For the first time. Wait, what's another way to hold up? What's another thing for the first time? Did I just misspell it? Oh, no. Wait. Hajimete. I have the wrong ending.
今日初めてサッカーをしました。
私の妹は8歳です。
晩になると寒くなるね、寒くなる。Okay, yeah, become, yeah, naru, and then become cold, yes. Haven't gotten to that yet. Using naru and converting, that one would be like a conversion quote unquote a conjugated form of an e adjective into ku and adding naru with which is the plain form of to become, so to get cold or to become cold. Not yet, but
本社を東京に置く。
oh, I can't back up. I saw a bunch of like alternatives. That's what I mean. Every time I see those little dots show up, I kind of just want to see all of them. But I understand that other people would not want that. But I like the idea of I just get blasted with all the alternatives because my mind would not be engaged as much. And every time I see those dots, I'm like, dang it, I wanted to click on those dots. I'll remember later. Whoops.
家から映画館まで5キロほどあります。
まだ夕方の4時ですが、もう夫が家に帰ってきました。
I really love enjoying hearing the thing and reading along with it. I absolutely love like that. This is my default. So I've already transitioned into this where when I'm listening to like on YouTube and whatnot, I read along with the audio that I'm listening to. So it's kind of like the same. People don't do this again, but for myself, I read English when watching in English as well. It's very much like video games. My default habit is I read along as I'm hearing the things. So I'm constantly always doing both. I want to read the stuff and hear the stuff and lip the stuff all at the same time. So like when there's no audio, right? When there's no audio, I would read it out loud in my own impressions of it. So I do a lot of reciting as well when I'm reading video game dialogue and whatnot. So doing it this format is so much more cathartic for me as a routine, like my routine, compared to the uphill I needed to adapt really like in a very different way when I was using WaniKani. It's not the same for HanziHero because only a month in they decide to add the entire sentence. And they even do it unnaturally where they would make an audio cue for the partial stuff. So like even the word stuff. Some people might say that's really unnatural because you don't ever think of it as standing alone as a character or like it has to be in context. It's like, that's fair enough. But for me, it's kind of like hearing a note. Like you could argue like, oh, a song is a song, but a scale is not a song, for example. It's like, that's fair. But even a scale can be represented in sound. Even a sound itself can be isolated. So to me, it functions something differently. Like it doesn't, I understand that it doesn't function as a natural way of valuing your conversation, but it functions as an audio cue that is different from having zero, nothing. And the reason, if someone say like, so what's the purpose of it? It's for voice modulation. Like, you can, in both ways, it can complement how different sounds blend into other sounds. Like when you're sliding up, sliding down, that kind of thing. At least in my opinion. So it's kind of like studying the mechanics over the overall picture, which is... This is such a... It's a great way to follow up WaniKani. I had asked myself, what if I did it in the reverse, where I start with Bunpro and end with WaniKani? I think for now, it's definitely going to sit this way. It's really nice to be able to... And the way they're curating all the sentences feels really nice. And then I already made my comment about HanziHero using like a generator. And some people could argue like, well, that's kind of weird, or this part is kind of weird. But the idea of having a tonal language is it exaggerates enough that you can make it subtle. You can tone it down. That's assuming there's a big assumption here. When you see exaggerated things, that's kind of like a beginner's ear, right? For example, that whole idea of beginner's ear. That exaggeration might actually lead to seeing the difference or hearing the difference, so to speak, and tying it with the things that you're seeing. And to me, this is presuming that the person has enough experience that they can then tweak it themselves. They can go from something that's kind of unnatural and exaggerated to something that's subtle. It's a big assumption I'm making. And nowadays, I would say if you're not one of those people who wants to make that adjustment later, it does check out that you would be scared or angry or possibly feel misled if you assume that constantly hearing an exaggerated form of something is gonna somehow give you the skills to modulate it. A great example would be TV actors versus like really, you know, like the range of TV actors or the range of movie actors when they're trying to present themselves with, like, say, a different accent, for example. And those things, often you can hear when a actor is exaggerating something, right? But when they're exaggerating something, it could be intentional versus accidental, or maybe like inexperience. And there's a rhyme and way. If you're exaggerating and you intentionally exaggerate, that's very different from unintentionally, right? From experience. So this is kind of what I mean by, sure, you might not find any use for it if you're saying that the only way you could ever learn something properly is by learning it properly in the first place. Fair enough. I mean, I have no arguments with that. For me, when I'm learning something, it's like I'm learning as I go, so I'm consistently adjusting as I'm going along. And that consistent expectation and refinement on consistently adjusting as you go means also that wherever you go, you're going to be able to adjust to it. And then everything in between. So I really like hearing and reading along. It's very refreshing.料理、right? 料理が好きだから台所にはこだわりたい。Okay. Written in kana. Oh no, wait. No, cooking in kana. This is. Oh no, not cooking. Focus. Oda. And then of course want. This is a conjugation for the stem. Okay. I'm thinking what am I thinking? Not that. I'm thinking like concentrate plus suru. I was the stuff that I can think of that if I were to express, I'm like, I have no idea, but let's just turn that into a suru and assume it's a suru. It's definitely. Well, we'll get to that vocabulary, I suppose. That? Oh.
母。それは何、息子。ハンドスピナーだよ。
Hand spinner. Dayo. Oh yeah, hand spinner. Hand spinner.
友達と走る。
Alternative. Oh, because. Right, 走ります。Fair.
その家の右にはスーパーがある。
独り言。明日のテストの漢字の勉強をしなくちゃ。
このアパートは新しいです。
涼しい空気が逃げるからドアを閉めてください。
Okay. Get it. Don't think so. What are these alternatives? Oh, is it because of katakana? Doa. Doa or doa. Oh, you can extend it. Interesting. I don't know if it's still the same. It's probably still atamadaka. So doa and doa.
霊媒師。ここのレストランには幽霊がいます。
Yeah, Yure is and a medium. Like re by shi.
私がこのパンを作りました。
明日旅行に行きます。
このトマトは安いです。
この町には木が多い。
独り言。日本語の勉強をしなくちゃ。
この肉はまだちゃんと焼けていません。
Oops. Ah!
あそこの建物は昔は学校だった。
She. Okay.
このパソコンよりあのパソコンの方がコスパが良い。
So, Cospa. Cospa. Ayori. Interesting.
この漢字は何と読みますか？
How? Yeah.
私は彼女と遊ぶのが大好きです。
Yeah, Noga. That's one of our grammar points, right? Noga. Not that it's using one of our grammar points, existing grammar points at the moment. Oops.
教室で。あなたの机はどれですか？
英語の文法と日本語の文法は違いすぎる。
Mm. Hmm.
僕はホラーの要素がある映画が嫌いだ。
I certainly am. I'm kind of like, I'm like 15-20% lagging as I'm reading along with it. Oops.
私は歩くより走る方が好きだ。
Oops.
あなたはいつもいつお風呂に入りますか？
This photo. Okay.
この毛布は暖かいです。
彼女と初めて話すまで私は彼女が嫌いだった。
このノートには私の毎日の気分の変化が excuse me 通じてある。Okay. 続てある。いや、続てある。
仕事も大切ですが、休むこともとても大切です。
Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. I need to pause on this one because had a difference here. What was it's oops
習字を習ったが字が上手にならなかった。
Still kind of weak.
今週は彼の誕生日です。
For now, I think we're gonna. That's okay.
彼女は世界で有名ですか？
I'll write it down though.
息子が父に鶏肉と牛肉を食べたい。
このエアコンはとても高かった。
両親が死ぬ前に私が死んではいけません。
Oh, because they're separating. Okay. Okay. How's our... Wait. How many points do we have? Oh, I'm not close to 10,000 yet. What are we looking at? We're looking at what are we 10,000? Oh yeah, we need some quiz themes. I'm digging this wrapping paper situation. Oh, what could be inside? 2,000 extra reviews. Staff favorites. What are the staff favorites? Was this always here? Staff favorites. Let's see. No man frame. Intriguing. Ooh. I like this one. This one's pretty neat. This would strike me as something I would draw. I would like to be able to do something like this, but it will require a lot of discipline. But this is something I would be able to create. Where does this go? Oh, at the top right. Alright, anyways. Ology one? That's pretty nice. That's kind of pleasant. Alright. I think, yeah, we're over 2 hours. So I think the goal now is trying to normalize WaniKani and Bunpro to the average of 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours. Tomorrow is going to be a tough day because we're going to have lessons, which is still going to push for 4 hours. But some days maybe we can try to reduce it to an hour. I don't know yet, but we kind of try to normalize it. If it's past 2 hours, we're still going to get our lessons done. It's not like I'm going to cut it off at 2 hours. But once it's past 2 hours, I won't explore extra stuff until a new time. So I'm going to try to be a little bit more patient and stop ballooning more things. Although I do have some minimums that we need to do. And today, now I'm writing notes. So now I'm writing notes as we're going. So the 3 points that I'm still kind of like meh is today's points. The one with the ones with how do I notate this? I should have paid attention a little bit more to how they notated it, but so we have this versus like so we have these two. So dakara and nanode or nanode for what was it? Emphasis on cause. There was another thing that was emphasis on effect, so about that a little bit later. And then hayaku, and I'm guessing it's this hayaku, right? Hayaku for flying by in the sense of quick, and as opposed to flying by as a form of passing by, like something is passing by. And then we had narau. Once again, the narau. All right. Less than yesterday. For now, I think there were like 5 points in there, really. I paused on 2 others. It's okay. Alright, so that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right, as always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a try. You're always welcome to come on by, yap about Bunpro, maybe some language learning, or be a kind of semi-weirdo asking hot takes and opinions about things. Regardless of whether for the record, I just want to keep this in mind. Anyone is welcome to yap, ask questions, or say hi and then leave. Full range, right? Full range, feel free. However, my responses to how these work, despite against my better judgment or however I think about it, I want to make it very clear. I respond and talk and interact with a lot of different mediums, like quite a lot. So I still choose to try to answer or respond in a way that I'm committing to exercising the stuff that I know or relevance, because for myself, and I'll continue to iterate this, you're more than welcome to come on by and do whatever it is that you do. And I will continue to do the one thing that I've committed to most of my life, and that is I spend most of my time building myself up well in the last like almost 40 years of my life, right? In order to have the privilege to consistently, quote unquote, gamble and attempt to create an investment from other people. So that doesn't mean that I don't understand or don't see what people do or their intent, or whether it's cringy or possibly dubious or suspect. I typically play into those things and try to change it, and that's kind of what happens from time to time. So whether I have something to say or whether it is appropriate or not, I typically try to phrase it in a manner that I want to demonstrate that despite some people who ask certain things or only require certain things, I will typically try to do better than that or do more than that at the cost or gambling of my privilege, which is I'm fairly happy, consistent person. I do have many things that I could do, quote unquote, with my time, and I choose to reinvest that time in any chance I'm given. So whether the intent is to try to entrap me or do whatever dubious things, the idea is that posterity is for recording, and I will continuously try to uphold my integrity as someone who is willing to consistently demonstrate to anyone out there that I'm willing to listen, discuss, encourage each other, challenge each other even. And that is why I constantly say you are more than welcome to come on by, share whatever it is on your thought, try to encourage each other to be mutually interested in one's own lives, and possibly make room for the lives of whoever you're willing to gamble on, and then turn that gamble into an investment. And there you have it. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right. Thanks for watching this particular part of the session, and I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第365天。It is a 365. Call it our anniversary stream. Technically, it's been 370 days since we started HanziHero. However, it is our 365th session. For those who are counting, right? Technically 365 and 1/4, I suppose, something like that. Or I don't know how they do the little hangover, but 365. Great. Actually, I don't know if 2025 was February. How many days were in February in 2025? Yay. There were a lot of things, but I think the one that really hit my trigger button was probably Shuai. And how did I change Shuai? Oh. Wobble wobble. Humble. We kind of made this about the rate, right? Change this up to rate. There are a couple others highlights. Zhang is one of them. This Zhang. Accounts versus the interchange between these. This one being swell. I missed those two strokes by they're too spaced out. It's fine. Then Jiang as well. How did that work? Oh no. I don't know what's on the left. No. I'm missing a part. Oh. Wait. Yeah, I'm missing that part. Dang it. The bottle. Dip. Jue. Lots of jues, but this one specifically. Big. A pool for Bodhisattva. Buddha. Hatswa, which is pool. And G, although G is kind of a bit better when in a sentence. Or male. All right, those are our 6. Okay. Let's get into our lessons.
抡拳，
抡拳，抡 lift one hand. 拳 no 抡 oh, this is the swinging thing, yeah. And then 拳 Quasimodo and fist, right? Oh, so to swing one's fist, fair enough. Oh, those are kind of weak. Oh.
抡拳，刨冰，
刨冰 fair enough. Shave ice.
刨冰，内涝，
内涝 inside waterlog or within a waterlog thing, waterlogging.
内涝，电饭煲，
电饭煲 electric meal but rice as well, so rice, and then this is a cooker or cooking pot. Yeah. 电饭煲，
电饭煲，脚凳子，
脚凳子，脚 foot， 脚凳 step pedal or foot pedal. I'm gonna put foot pedal. There are kind of other types, sort of, but we'll just say foot pedal in case I type foot in it.
脚凳子，抡拳，内涝，脚凳子，刨冰，电饭煲，告竣，
告竣，告 like declare, 告竣，告竣 complete. Oh yeah, declare complete. 竣 is the new one.
告竣，
It's a little rough.
方向舵，
方向舵 direction rudder. Oh yeah, then it's still rudder. Direction, orientation, rudder.
方向舵，靶场，
靶场 target target like place or site to do it, so targeting shooting range. Fair enough. It could have been something else too. I'm okay with that.
靶场赎金
除金赎 how the 赎 redeem gold or money. This one is a little rough. Ransom, kind of a negative way to look at it, so it's tough for me to think of. If I often choose, I typically choose half glass, like the glass half full situation. That's gonna be a little, it's like hijack and take a hostage as well.
赎金另出
另出 rent out 另出
另出
okay
告竣
告竣
赎金另出靶场方向舵
诶
躺下
躺下 just drip down
躺下10口
10口10口this is like straight mouth, like straight mouth in a situation, like an arrow, like flatly assert. You're just putting it straight, kind of like straight as an arrow, right? Or one could even say sharp as an arrow. Say dark and dart is fine too.
10口御手
御手 you drive a horse? So a chariot driver. A charioteer, a pack driver, a pack master. Oh, interesting, a pack master. When am I gonna... I mean, surprisingly, I'm going to be real about this. I would not be surprised if I'm gonna encounter this term because of video games, often video games, and in the really unexpected places too. So I wouldn't be surprised.
御手资
Oh, we have another component. Butterfly. We have cocoons. Some little antennae coming out. Okay, it's fine. When two caterpillars come together and embrace, they can shortcut the maturation process and immediately turn into butterflies. I mean, it kind of looks like reminding me of butterflies, so we're good. Two caterpillars. Kind with magnet. Oh yeah, we already got magnet. Or we already got a G. So that certainly lines up. Not sure about nourish. Okay. Okay. Nourish. Let's go. Zelda's in front. Oh, that does look like to some extent because cocoon. Wow, cocoon is not there. We do have cocoon though. Or zi. Where's cocoon? Where's the zi? Yeah. So a swap up. That's how it's related. How did it differ? The horns and the ground, right? So it does look like Z because of the double cocoons. Although double cocoons don't have a special thing, which is related to caterpillars. Okay. In the butterfly garden, she nourishes each of the butterflies by spraying them with a vitamin spray. Zelda loves spending time here as it always nourishes her own soul. That's fine. We're good. Elated. 美滋滋. Beautiful. Beauty nourishment. Interesting. To moisten. Oh, and it uses wrong as opposed to what is the other one that sucks for me? Sure. No, that's wet. Very similar though. Moist. And there's one other, I think. Joe. Or Joe? No. Jian. Jian is a big one. Jian, and then there's still wet. Shi, or humid, like, and then Rong. Rong is the earliest. Rong.
滋 石口
I think blunt is okay, even though flatly would suggest like very sharp, but sharp and blunt, like there's being blunt, which is like being forward and assertive and technically sharp, but it's not sharp as in like intelligent, it's sharp as in blunted, assertive. And then there's the other one, right? Being blunt or dull as in stupid or ignorant. So it English.
躺下 滋 玉手
all right.
肉
Yo. Kind of reminds me of space. But Sprout and Dollhouse, these are notorious. Yeah, they're not great. Yeah, the first thing I thought about was D. Man, Joe kind of lines up with. Oh, this is referring to. Oh yeah. Sprout is notorious. What else? Dollhouse. I mean, it's a container now, so we're gonna have to write a new one. These two problematic ones together. James Bond is in the bathroom of the bakery working with. There really isn't a lot that we'll be able to save this. I've already changed up Dollhouse. Dollhouse is one of the top 5 disagreeable things for me. I'm just changing it up. It's often being used as a container anyways, so not like too distinctly different. James is in the bathroom in the bakery. I mean, I could technically use Dollhouse. Looking for a special container of that is hidden among the boxes and among other containers of baking ingredients that contain a universal universal reagent for a bioweapon. Zeus. Oh, that's definitely transliteration. 宙斯 Zeus. Oh, it does. Okay, it does line up with the spaceship. So 宇宙. So 宇宙 universe or outer space and related things. 宇宙. Okay.
昼腹
Ooh. You certainly look like a fool. Yeah, that is fool. To overturn. That's kind of interesting. English, overturn. Like, it's not to overturn as in to turn over too many times or to like overturn something, but it's actually to turn over. However, instead of saying turn over, it's overturn. Like, what happened here? What happened here? Okay. Frankenstein is in the bathroom of the house where he is he's mass producing sandals with a copier. In the bathroom, huh? He works with a cowboy who takes each copy's sandals and overturns it so that it is upside down as he packs them neatly in the tub. Overturned sandals are easier to stack, the cowboy knows. I mean, it's okay. We got the fool. I'm not sure how I would better iterate overturns. This cowboy, copier, sandal, overturn the sandals. This could be... The read is not a problem. Definitely the read is not a problem. This character looks like fool. But return. I get creative later. Toss and turn. To cover. Is that using guy? Oh, guy. What do we got here? Fan来覆去. How to... Oh, that's actually... Oh no, fun, yeah. To turn over from here. It's more like it's not quite what they're doing. It's more like turn over from like from and then sort of thing. So it's to turn and turn like again and again, right? Turn and turn, toss and turn situation. That's interesting.
腹 脑
Almost like a churning situation. No, that does look like no. I think this is the second no. No. Ned doesn't get much use. Oh, I lied. Ned does get a lot of use. I'm thinking of Neo. But this would be the second no. Pretty sure, yeah. Our other no is the brain. Oh no, wait. I totally forgot about no. Couple more nulls in there. But this lines up with brain. So it does look like no. Now we got the soul in it. Stream? What the heck? Ain't no stream. That's a soul. Alright, we're rewriting. Although maybe stream, he's using stream because it's mnemonically. No. We're fine. Ned is in the cellar of the barn. Trying to get some peace and quiet from the maybe like the annoying farm work. That he is supposed to appreciate. Right. He turns on a radio and he turns on the radio to elevate, to lighten, maybe to raise his heart and soul while he takes inventory, writing X's off the list of things to do and keep track. Okay. Diligently. He diligently annoyed. Annoyed is still kind of weak. Maybe annoyed by farm work and others. I don't know. A little weak on the annoyed part.
脑词
Kind. Getting both the kinds. Okay. I don't know if I have a 词. No. Kind-hearted. Kind. Casper is inside the house thinking kind thoughts about humanity. Suddenly his heart begins to glow and out from it emerges a butterfly in the shape of a heart that sits next to him on the couch. That is how kind Casper is. Good enough. I take it. 慈祥 charity as opposed to being like charitable. I thought of this more of a adjective, but okay. 慈祥 心慈
齿齿
teeth. Oh yeah. Oh no. Wait. Can you combine it with ya? Yeah, ya. Okay. Good. 齿轮. A gear? Oh. Teeth wheels. A wheel with teeth. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the house, which is covered with hundreds of teeth scattered across the cement floor. Rather unsure why the teeth are there, starts rattling his teeth from fear. Fair enough.
齿
Rattling teeth. I think about him rattling his teeth of the worst case scenarios. Okay. Heck. Is this not in the bakery? It's in the bathroom. Dang it. I did not make it about the bathroom. In the storage closets, storage cabinets underneath the sink. Okay, that's my bad.
脑 词 咒 负 齿
Joe ended up being the weakest. I'm not surprised. Yi is pretty weak too, so Yu Zhou is gonna be especially weak. 178, we're kind of pushing 180 now. This is gonna be interesting. High volume day. This would be the highest volume day.
贤序
村里的人都说他是贤婿的典范。
Rip. I went for it. Didn't work.
玉 枣树
院子里有一棵枣树，
摇
What is that? Oh, speaking of... I screwed up. Oh no, that's not it. No sir. Ah man,
蝶
not getting stronger.
堕
Okay. I screwed up.
六 男人
这位男人是我的父亲。
栏目
This is
这个栏目
special.
很有趣，
Like a news column ish. That's special.
经
So what happened here? Why do I think it's paint? Ah. I don't know. Huh.
炸
This is pastry, right?
糕点
他买了一些糕点回家。
Oh no. I'm gonna go with no. No. Oh no.
古人
这是一个关于假人的传奇故事。
What? Okay.
洗涤剂
你用太多洗涤剂了。
河谷
他们在河谷里散步。
序 请柬
这是一张特别的请柬。
熟 竣工
新工厂计划于年底竣工。
Oh.
打盹
我1个小时后要打盹。
流氓
他被流氓骚扰了。
把
Oh no. What is the... Man. Hold. Ah! I typed the wrong thing. Twin. Twin liao. Twin liao. You know what? This is probably like...
年
Why am I not surprised? Okay.
闺女
这是他的小闺女。
Yeah, this is a weird character, man. This blew my mind a little bit. That those two are not equivalent. And now I have to go back and look at all the other ones because that's so interesting.
思傲
How the all?
钙化
这块骨头出现了钙化现象。
What the hell?
矢量
请画一个向右的矢量。
喂，请画一个。Oh, okay, yeah, that vector still okay.
船桨
他把船桨丢进了水里。
洗涤
请使用温水来洗涤衣服。
纯
Uh-oh. What the heck? Oh, the phone. Oh, yes.
队伍
队伍正在山上训练。
Troops, fair enough.
租赁
他把房间租赁给学生。
杠杆
他用杠杆撬开了门。
龙吩咐
妈妈吩咐我去买牛奶。
欧读杠憋气
他在水下憋气持续了1分钟。
The heck?
故设立
公司在台北设立了一个新办公室。
戳迎接
到机场迎接一个朋友。
囤粮，
冬天来临之前，村民会囤粮。
晒太阳，
晒太阳有助于放松身心。
树，岂能？
真相如此明显，岂能否认？
like how is, how can. Okay, it's nope. Yes. Nope. Oh gosh. Cheng. What the? Oh, wait. No. What? Charlie Brown Infirmary. This like
鸡，陈列室，
博物馆有一个特别的陈列室，
okay. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. What is? Oh no.
蒸，
Okay. Hold up. Hold up.
“裹足不前”，
他裹足不前，无法做出决定。
It's something like that. Like you want to hesitate before. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Hesitate to proceed is fine. Now what is going on here? Oh, I know.
俏丽，
那位俏丽的女孩吸引了大家的目光。
直，葱，表面，
地球的表面，
Like hmm.
树，
It's like technique, skill, art. That they're all related. Uh uh uh
敬请，
我们敬请您和您的家人。
okay.
鱼，睁开，
我睁开眼睛后看见了阳光。
Like it's kind of like struggle to open your eyes, yeah, or just not really struggle, but open wide, or realize is probably a little bit too. It's like a surface appearance. Okay, it's fine. On the surface, whatever is on the surface. It's usually an expression, is what I'm thinking of, like the things on the surface. Okay. Good enough. I forgot the tone on that. That's wait. Wait, Jung. Jung. No. What? Be a silence. Actually, now that I think about it.
恰恰，
这个时间恰恰适合去散步。
发霉，
发霉的食物不能吃。
Yeah, it's mildewed. It become mildewed, but mildewed, good enough.
夯，躺下，
他感觉累了，就躺下休息。
查询，
你可以在网上查询。
I don't remember. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why did I type knee? Oh no, Japanese. Okay. Wait. I don't understand this one. Oh yeah, right. Maybe it's... I don't... Wait. It's not... I don't understand.
20，
我20岁，
Huh. Hold up. Cole. Oh no, that's die. Die.
全
Okay.
启示
这是一则重要的启示。
澄清
他想澄清这个误会。
Or clarify. Clarify is good. Clarify.
验
What? Oh, that's not Z, that's Mu. Okay. I don't want to talk about it.
大鼠
那位大叔正在公园散步。
机械
农场需要更多现代化的机械。
I don't understand what's going on here. Am I just being 病人? Oh. I typed 3 the entire time. Dang it. Every day I have to ban another one of those bots. Every day. What the...
关键
这是关键的问题。
I don't know what that is. Okay. We were alright for like the first third. Now it's kind of derailing. Everything's derailing.
Hey.
Put on our Scrabble hats now.
目瞪口呆。
我听到他的话，当场目瞪口呆。
Stand staring blankly. It stands staring blankly or dumbstruck. It's fine. It overlaps with another way to say that too. Guanjian. That jian is oh. Oh no. It's like a big crucial. Okay, okay. And shut. Yeah, it's the key. Key is what was missing. And how do I know it's key? I don't actually know what key. Other than just remembering his Kage. Oh. Stretch the metal across that type of key as opposed to the other key. Dang it. I'm gonna pass on that, honestly. Or okay. He makes me want to type fool.
辅助。
这台机器专门用来辅助生产。
Right, to supplement.
零食。
晚餐前请不要吃零食。
真的。
这本书真的很有趣。
轮。搜索。
在我的记忆中搜索答案。
What? Oh, wait. That's just... Hold up.
病人。
病人。
Hold up. I need to get that back.
训斥。
他受到爸爸的训斥。
豆芽。
豆芽是一种常见的蔬菜。
贫穷，
我们应该帮助贫穷的人。
What?
物，桃，发芽，
这些花的种子发芽了。
Okay, here this just okay. Like, can you notice? Yeah, to respond or an answer, really, but okay. Okay. Like to raise awareness. Although the left is like return and then matters.
海峡，
台湾海峡很重要。
What? What the? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Quinku. Quinku. Hang on. I do need to. Is it opens? Yeah, opens. Opens. Now return. I am gonna take a while. Dang it! I don't. What's all the? Oh wait, I know what it is.
匆匆而去，
他匆匆而去了。
船舶，
湖上有几艘小型船舶。
I don't. Oh wait. Hmm.
木，探亲，
他去上海探亲了。
我，折，艰巨，
掌握中文是一项艰巨的任务。
Into the. I don't know, like arduous or strenuous. Okay. Heck.
军衔，
他的军衔表示他的经验。
瑞
I don't. Isn't this just to more a watercraft? Oh no, that's just watercraft. I don't know. I screwed that up. This is quite
困苦
战争时，他们的生活相当困苦。
It's like bad, bitterness, hardship. Okay.
湖畔
湖畔的空气很清新，
That's so much more. What?
汉奸
那名汉奸被处决了。
I was gonna just throw this out there, but that's not it. That is definitely not it. And now I have no idea. Um. Oh man. Yeah, it's not that. Oh, but it is this.
苗养斑拢姿势
他的姿势看起来很放松。
情侣
他们是刚认识的情侣。
西
Heck!
我毛孔
他的毛孔很大。
猪
We're going. We're going.
旁
And it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. It was going pretty alright just now. Okay.
仆人
他是家里的仆人。
Heck. Oh, wait. No. No. How do I office it? Oh. Oh no. I don't know how to like write it. That doesn't happen. That happens so rarely, but I don't know how to. Oh no. What? Oh, I wrote the wrong one there.
阀阁楼
我们的阁楼很大。
How do I pavilion and building? I don't know how to pavilion and building. Is it supposed to be attic? It's probably attic. And what happened here? I can't. This is naked, I think. No, I might have a nosebleed. Oh, it's
裸
there's a problem one. Whoops, that's a typo. No, my nose. I think I have a nose. Oh, there, Bree. I'm doing pretty alright. Outside my just now nosebleed. How are you doing? Alright, to get stopped. Yay.
杨树
这种杨树生长得很快。
拉拢
他拉拢了一些有影响力的人。
Doing alright, a bit tired, but you're off tomorrow, so that's exciting. Your dad's birthday is coming up Wednesday, but you work, so you might go to the cemetery tomorrow to visit him. That's lovely. What do you do when you visit the cemetery? My family does this thing where the time that they designate to visit, they tend to like clean up the place, leave like something there, right? Kind of throw in all the potential stereotypical portrayal of like Chinese families, placing some offerings on the headstone, right? I feel like that's typically not simply an Eastern thing, but many all around the world, really. Do anything when you go visit your late father? Oh no. Not sure yet. Sometimes you bring stuff, but not this time. You do have a bunch of other family in the cemetery, so you may visit them as well. I see, I see. Somehow I want to type... Oh, no. I wanted to type Sao. But that doesn't seem right. Oh, 活血，活血，这种是带着呼吸。哦。knee pad
护膝，雨，削弱，
敌人的攻击削弱了我们的防御。
Say what?
烧，
Or ignite. Ignite probably. Oh no wait, just kidding. That's treetop. Just kidding. What the... That doesn't...
大雁，
每年秋天大雁会南飞。
Wait. Oh, you still got some days. Yeah. You still got some days. 16th is rolling around. I remember our last discussion about the inventory day, counting day.
勒马，
骑士用力勒马，
膝盖，
我的膝盖最近总是很疼。
勇，亲爹，
他从来没见过自己的亲爹。
It's biological father, but it's still the same thing. You think your boss pretty much gave up on that aisle? You opened with her today, and instead of having me work on it, she had me set the craft aisle in line. Oh, I see. Well, you know, damage mitigation, right? You wanna, if you can't win them, you gotta lose less. At least that's how I would go. Courage.
宽敞，
新的办公室非常宽敞。
If you're gonna lose, lose less.
启迪，
他的建议启迪了我。
Alright, so what's going on here? how is this? How is this not working? Oh, is it like?
齐
Oh my gosh, she is. Ooh, that doesn't look great alone. What is going on?
手电筒
我的手电筒没有电了。
Okay.
逆流
他逆流而上，坚持自己的梦想。
What? What? Oh, it's so.
牧师
牧师为病人祈祷。
Ah. What's a pastor?
伦敦
他在伦敦读书。
词
The heck?
入老爹
每个早晨，老爹都会喝咖啡。
True. My father drinks coffee too. uh.
“贬值
这些商品今年贬值了。
脖子
他的脖子很长。
图木
Oh, dang it. Okay.
挽回
我们必须挽回这个局面。
Like, pull back to redeem. Yeah. Retrieve. Yeah, pull back. Oh, is that why redeem? Those two redeemed. Okay. I don't. This move is. This move is kind of. Eluding me. We're gonna get a pass for the standalone. Recruits becomes obvious after vocabulary. I think we're gonna give a pass on that.
“作弊
你不应该在考试中作弊。
鸟笼
他把鸟放回鸟笼里。
铝
Oh, I gotta look at that again.
嫩肉，
这道菜用嫩肉做的。
I like retrieve. Retrieve is good. As opposed to redeem.
城锅，
这些城锅已经有几百年的历史。
秧苗，
农田里的秧苗已经开始成长。
喇嘛，
这位喇嘛住在寺庙里。
节，狼，狼狈，
面对突然的问题，大家都很狼狈。
It is in a difficult position or a difficult situation. Okay. What? Oh. What? Oh no, is it? Oh no. I have no idea. For now, anyway.
岁，
Rip.
黄，公，
What? Oh. Uh. Nope. Yes. Am I drawing a... that doesn't make sense. Okay, no. I know where I went. That one. What? Wait. Oh, 惊讶。
菩提，
他寻找菩提的真理。
四，
Takes so long. Guinea pig that's on the shellfish. Throughout the day, coming through. Probably gonna be pass for grants. Give is probably... I should really stick with give. I'm gonna say. Okay, that's not that into. Oh. I don't know what happened there. We'll come back to it. I know what it is. Oh, really? Oh. Oh. That's 10. How do you say like a really deep lake thing? Mire. Okay. It's fine. Like muddy lake. Or deep muddy lake. Quagmire. What the... What the... wait. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta reevaluate all the hamsters. The hamsters are not helping out. Let's guess on something. What could that that doesn't use. It's got nothing. That's so infuriating. Like having these two next to each other with absolutely nothing, no like proper read is pretty infuriating. T. Oh, I'm getting T and that last one in the same spot. Yeah, that's a pass. What is it? Like watchful plus, oh, it's like diligent or vigilant.
警惕
That's so infuriating. I guess the two, just look at guinea pigs in general. I think the recent ones are pretty awful. I gotta separate Timmy from SpongeBob. Sun isn't helping.
泥盘
有一辆车卡在泥潭中。
海藻
海藻是健康的食物。
挂 笔
Oh no. Hmm.
招募
公司正在招募新员工。
惊讶
他听到这个消息，感到非常惊讶。
中 爵位
他的爵位很高。
Or noble rank. Or it's just no.
“撇开
撇开其他因素，这是一个好计划。
Hmm. Like a noble rank. Still noble. Nobility is still at 2. Okay.
恶公爵
公爵拥有很大的财富。
淘汰
他们在准决赛被淘汰了。
Yeah, they're like cat ass or
宜人，
餐厅里播放着宜人的音乐。
like a happy person, playful, cheerful. Not person, but the qualities. Uh,
奏，寻，躺，
what? Oh.
夫，我，
Oh man.
"兑现
We just gotta go through some guinea pig stuff. Guinea pig plus. I might convert it into its own thing. Depending on how wide it is. What time is it? 12:30. Butterfly. No. Go. Oh. 是。词。小凳子。 电饭煲 or 包电饭煲 not 煲电饭煲温那床温泉 Nope, not 钱 I get 船温泉 I'll drink. That's how I work with drink. Right. Ang 向多刨冰内什么内烙八张当下Can't really make that out. I can't really make that out. That's like overlapping. Cool. What is overlapping? How dense it is for the like the soldier, net, and then shellfish all slammed together. Just looks like it could be anything on the right. There are multiple things that can go with Jing. It kind of looks like a blur. Ling Chu. Vehicle. Isho. Okay. All right. Had to sneeze. My bad. Alright. So, Zelda. Front of house. Taking care of all the butterflies. Spraying them some nourishing fluid, right? Pretty sure that's nourish, right? Yeah. Then we have Ned Flanders escaping to the cellar of the barn, away from all the annoying other things involved. Starting up the radio. Trying to settle his heart and soul with some, I don't know, Christian radio as he crosses off different things he needs to take care of for the barn. Jane Spawn sneaking into the bathroom, infiltrating the bathroom of a bakery, which is a front. Looking for the special container. Contains... I just realized that's a sprout and not a reason. I didn't even write what... Oh no, I didn't even write the sprout part in his thing. Special container amongst like containers of sprouts and ingredients for the barn. Contains a universal ingredient for bioweapon. That's fine. It'll be okay. Frankenstein bathroom of the house, working hand in hand with another monster who's kind of like a cowboy. But what they're doing is they're manufacturing a bunch of sandals, like copying a bunch of sandals. How does the copy work? I feel like I'm missing a stroke. I'm missing stroke. Two strokes. And the cowboy and Frankenstein overturns the sandals in order to pack them in more nicely. That's gonna be rough. Ooh, for overturn. That's gonna be rough. Let's see, Charlie Brown, basement, house. This one is kind of okay. So teeth, right? He sees a bunch of teeth lying around and his teeth starts clattering with all the concerns about where those teeth come from. We got Casper. This one's pretty good. Casper, like the one stuff. Casper is in the house, trying to be a good ghost, you know, making his heart pure and kind. So kind that butterflies suddenly start coming out from him, from his heart. All right, so what were the two? It was T and S. Let's write that a little bit better. And this T for watchful. S was S for give, grant. I can throw in pick, T, right? Oh no, it's the reverse. Okay. All right, let's take a look at these here. I think the sun and guinea pig combo is going to retroactively need new things. Let's find out. So we're just looking for the top right. So E is the principal, so easy, right? Actually, if we go to E, nope, they don't have it as a similar character. Fair enough. So E. We have T to kick, right? T to kick. That's how I was supposed to remember T, but I failed today. And there's, yeah, there's the other T, which is the flip. You have T and S. That's actually it. Not too bad. Guess we'll write all of them. Do we have any more of these though? The sun guinea pig. Keep trying to say sun hamster. It's good enough too. There's one more Yi. For lizard. At least in this group, okay. So let's go back. We're just gonna line all these up. So have E, easy, and then off E. Have T, pick out, and then off that, we also have T again, but this one's to kick. If I can organize these, it'll be alright. There's one more E left. Okay. Alright folks, that's a wrap for my HanziHero session today. If you're gonna watch this later, shit. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by. Share some thoughts, discuss some things, catch up. Encourage each other, right? To be mutually interested in one's own lives and the lives of others. Keeps us attentive. Throw in a bit of a little affirmation and motivation. Right. Until next time. 大家下次见. 感谢观看. See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Got one more thing to do. It is Monday again, so I'll be back in a bit for a reset day for the 8th week of Neverwinter. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. It is Monday, reset day again, local time. Time for our 8th week. Let's get right into it. And maybe some commentary at the end. These are relatively, we're in the latent stage of the campaign, like the current module 32. Not the most exciting, obviously. The 12:50 on the clock. How long these things are. Oops. I just I enjoy doing the changing room and a dream realm thing, so just gonna keep doing that. Okay, off we go. Start with the fire. Such an interesting contrast between this and like the development cycle of Phantom X. Like I'm already preparing for the next thing in Phantom X. It's constantly rolling. This one after like the next 2 weeks-ish. I guess we're thinking about another 3-ish months of downtime, right? Actually, there's 2 months left in the battle pass. A little over 2 months. 65 days, yeah, a little over 2 months. So probably we'll hear something in that time about their 32.5. The last time they set a precedence for being experimental, like the half modules are experimental. They were truly experimental, I think. It's great to see if they continue that trend. I'm personally biased towards experimental things. More on that in a bit. I think that's my major commentary for today. It wasn't too much activity for the like feedback portion. You know, to get rid of the guy with the eyeball first. Quite annoying. Okay. Here we go. Do changing room first. Right. Touch the door. Boop. Go back. Start with succubus. No attack this time. Then go to the room with spirits. And let's start this way. Right. Which is at the other end. That'll take us to these guys. Which may not be saving these guys for last. Seem okay. Didn't go this way. Yeah. We're grabbing these guys here. Okay. And we'll double back. So this leads up to, right. Okie dokie. Just double checking there's other pathings, but okay. And we double back. Them back. Go, go, go. That brings us back to like the succubus room, right? That's through our middle. This doesn't seem too bad going this way. Alright, so we checked that out on the second half of the thing. And we can go and enter this side. The blood temple. Oh, and this. Okay. Okay, holding your shield doesn't help. Nope. Oh, the wall has stuff. All right. Can we jump down? This would be where the blood temple is. On the hallway. Or temple blood. Okay. And the beholders are right next door. Alright. Now we go this way. It should take us back upstairs. Right next to the... Or one room over, maybe. Nope. I'm about to sneeze. Right next door. Got these off. Interact. Off we go. Oops, wrong direction. Take care of business. Okay, that's just the one. Great. All right. Into the room. Let him have his moment. Pretty good transformation. And it took him longer to mutate than to get bopped. No hard feelings. It should take us back in the front door. And we can head on to the Dream Vault. Oops. Heck. Wait. Alright. Alright. This happens. Patching. And then if there was a patching change, then there would be a hang up every once in a while. You just sit here and wait until it stops hanging up. Anytime now. Okay. So we're kind of... I wasn't keeping track of time. I guess we're getting close to... 10 minutes, maybe? Okay. Can I grapple from that height? No. Oh, wait. Trying to figure out... What? You can't grab onto... Oh, wait, you can. Oh, wait. I think this is... Oh, yeah, that is so much faster. Oh, no, wait. You can't. That sucks. I was really hoping you can from here. Nope. Oh, wait. Hold up. I was thinking maybe you can go to the back side of that. Wait. Let's see. Like, can you go to the back side of this? Nope. Darn. Oh, I did something. Oh, that's interesting. Anyways. That's a bit of exploring time. The heck, dude? I don't want to go all the way around. Nope. All right, this part kind of just blows. And so I have to do this route. Oh, actually, huh. It's not that bad. I just kind of looking for another way. Can you please? Left side. Hang you. A little too soon. Oh, I got no ups. That is so annoying. It's fine. No trigger. No trigger here. Can I please interact with this when the game decides to load, please? Thank you. Apparently there's a new lockbox coming. That's interesting. I didn't even open this one's lockbox. Not this time. Not this time. Okay. All right. This should bring us to the front of the instance. Okay. Then we grab Valora's if this doesn't trigger the activities thing. I think it did. Yes. So we can just turn in the weeklies and that's it. Oh no, wait. The weeklies are it's still not complete? Man, you don't get anything from 85%, really? Alright. I guess we're doing same deal. Not too bad. We're at 20 minutes ish with in addition with the shenanigans. Oh, we can hijack this, I think. Wait. Is someone actually here? Oh, someone is here. Nice. Thanks, dude. Okay. That's one. It's probably the same guy. Wait, I have both of them? Oh. Okay. I had the reinforced sword as well. Alright. Basically, we just hit one of these, hide in this corner. Can you guys, alright. I was trying to grab them together. Oh, someone executed them at different times. But now it's just annoying. Don't do it. Here, back to the wards. No paywall for grinding AD. Someone had to pay for it. They didn't get it for free and then put it on AH. I don't know what they're talking about. Pretty pathetic. They are holding 2 of the best combat enchantments. Something. Let's go to the gamer room. Okay. Good talk. All right, go back. Behind a paywall. Interesting. That's what that message was. Disturbance. We have to do this again, so let's do the ward. Let's just do both of them, and we only have to turn in one of them. They all respond again. So, can I interact with these guys without? Nope, just kidding. Okay. All right. Quickly go to the game. Go to the disturbance. I guess we'll have one queued up for next time. a bunch of people arguing about value, and what costs money and what doesn't cost things. Pretty normal stuff. Let's start with unique and fun ways to unlock stuff instead of 300 mind-numbing trial runs on repeat. Oh, that's my main gripe. All in, kill them all. Yes, the grind is just lazy developing, but that is easy to implement. Hot takes. Okay. Oh, and then we'll have the extra weekly turn in next week. I don't have to do repeatables. Oh, I guess we can sit here while they chat amongst themselves. So here we are, right? We're at 80. You get this one-time thing. Hooray! A box of Astro Diamonds. Amazing. Okay. Alright. So this is where I would have something prepared. Not much in the way of talking topics today. We can take a look at the Discord. I took that to look at a little bit at the Discord. So right now, the current feedback, we have two different narratives that occurs quite often at the moment. And I guess I could provide some commentary before we head off for the day. Right, these are relatively short. This is what I guess in a way this is a way to demonstrate what the live service component is like. So that's largely the campaigning stuff. Outside of that, campaigning is not in during this time of the day, which is my evening days when I want to relax and do quote-unquote some grinding, right? And the current constant discussion about the majority feedback, right, on Red Harvest 2 revolves around the question, what constitutes as quote-unquote acceptable grinding? And the discussion is more about the length. However, the old guard, individual old guards or people who like that stuff, they rely on this retort, this rhetoric that happens a lot of times, and that's the idea that it's an MMO, so you grind for reward. That's an MMO. You know, the whole idea of constantly saying, and it's still pretty ridiculous in my opinion a little bit, that this term MMO as opposed to a traditional MMORPG of this nature, the idea is it's a hand wavy way of diminishing people's feedback. So it's kind of a back and forth. Oftentimes someone would suggest a feedback, and if that feedback goes against some sort of very long standing stereotype or tradition, the other person would come to trivialize that feedback despite it being a feedback forum, you know, so everyone contributes feedback. And there's often this air of arrogance and a little bit of snobbery when like, oh, well, if you don't want to play any group content, then go play a single player RPG. Not in MMO, as opposed to an MMORPG stylized in trying to maintain the old order, right? While not acknowledging the obvious, there's also obvious counter arguments. It's also a live service game, right? So much like if one were to take the same attitude as that person who would sit there and say, well, if you don't like the group content, right, the group content, which is the dungeons and trials, because the major core of most of the feedback is how long is enough, how much grinding time is it? Is it worthy of something? So measuring the values, I'm not gonna weigh in on that. That's whatever anyone sells. My value system doesn't even revolve around the group content, right? So the reality here is that there's one group that do not value the group content. So like selective people who do not large enough of a group significantly to not value the group content, like the trials, dungeons, the stuff that requires group. And then there's another gang, which I feel is the country club gang, because they are a group. So the click group and those individuals value the group content, and they try to trivialize the single player content, right? Instead of, in my opinion, looking to elevate both the single player content and the group content, and also mutually acknowledging that this game has both a single player component and a multiplayer component. That to me is what makes the argument dissatisfying for both sides. In both cases, the ones that value the group content will consistently bicker and comparison and contrast to what is sufficient. So like, what is a long time? Is it the 300 to 600 runs of Shackle of Divinity, or is it the 140 same run of Soul Harvest? That's the individuals who are into the group content, and that's fair enough. Like, they get their feedback and group content. But what the interaction happens a lot of times is there are fewer but also newisher people, I suppose, who like the live service model, in which they like doing things with the option of group content. And that is where the most recent type of commentary or responses. It's interesting because people are trying to provide feedback, and that feedback is supposed to be directed towards the community manager and the people, but there is still interactions across from each other between the two groups. And it's more like, oh, I care about this and I want to talk about this, and then another person says, well, I don't care about your issues, the real issue is the one that I care about. And then they do these like back and forth platitudes or demeaning condescension, like, well, if you don't like playing the group content, then go play a single player RPG, right? Or a not MMO. And then, well, if you're complaining about the single player content, then go play a group game. And my only commentary when I'm looking at these things is the reason why both of them exist. Like, there are two groups, one talking about how weak the single player component is, and one group talking about how non-negotiable and lackluster the group content is. They both exist. So like, trying to think it doesn't exist by deferring it to something else is the opposite of feedback. It's not feedback. That's called deflection. You're deflecting the problem or deflecting other people's opinions, right? So that's kind of where most of the recent commentary was. Someone suggested, oh, can we do this or do this? And I kind of like, so it was very group oriented. It was very individualized oriented and also individualized interaction oriented. And then someone would come in and be in the group side of things and say, well, this is a group game. It's a MMORPG, or MMO is what they keep abbreviating as. For the record, there are a lot of MMOs that are single player focused. It is through the interaction and indirect comparison between players that create the group space, actually the community space. This game, it's trying to straddle between literally trying to create the game space, but because of its straddling, the community space is openly condescending to each other. Like, it's very uncharacteristically antagonistic towards each other. Like, in sitting here, you might be thinking, oh, you know what? Why don't we just be greedy and say, can we have A and B? Like, hey, can we, like, all right, here's the feedback for single player. If y'all, y'all like developers have time to make the single player better, that's great. And then if you have the time to make the group content greater, that's great. It's like, hey, we're gonna be greedy. Let's work together to bring up both those components. But no, it's usually the argument deals with like the whole, they are limited resources. They're not that brilliant of a developer. They're greedy publishers. So basically we have all these limited resources. So it's a competition for which thing is more important. The single player content, which there is, by the way, in Neverwinter, for those who keep condescending other people for saying it's an MMO, so MMOs don't have single player content. In fact, it's rarely, even in the beginning stages of World of Warcraft and RuneScape and stuff, the solo playing content portion is actually often substantially bigger. Like, on the developer side, like what the developer has to do and the publisher has to do, it is far more resource heavy and also dedicated to the solo playing side of things. I hear this oftentimes when they think about the nostalgia of World of Warcraft and the nostalgia of RuneScape, and my first thought is, yeah, those moments are great because they are also rarer moments. Like, what I mean is, time warps differently with people's memories and nostalgia. Nostalgia focuses on all the pivotal moments in people's lives. What is the highlight? That takedown of a really hard boss. And then a sort of general appreciation for all the time invested in that boss. But really the moment that's highlighted is the moment you took down the boss where the group came together. However, when you think about the literal amount of time, which is value to me personally, not like virtual goods or whatever virtual currency you have, the time, when you reflect on it, the vast majority of time is actually during the solo playing content. The training, the leveling, the reorganizing your gear, the collecting, it rarely has changed from that. One of the biggest valuations of online content and video games in general is the player themselves. That's and that doesn't change culturally either. Like, where, oh, you could make an argument, oh yeah, this culture is very collectively communal, so therefore they wouldn't have star players and people who want to be in the limelight. That's not true. In fact, one of the biggest ones was Korea, Japan, and China when it comes to competitive practices and play and whatnot. And group play is often left, quote unquote, a professional obligation. So when you enter a professional organization, you finally get group play, right? So even in the casual sense, it's still the solo component. If you want to make a strong argument, like in MMORPG, the focal point and the vast majority of time is spent thinking in a group-oriented way. I still don't actually think it was true back in World of Warcraft days or RuneScape. You are still thinking at the individual level to forward your own progress with the option of reaching milestones in the group content. Like, there's a reason why the group content, in my opinion, in RPGs, action RPGs, and now MMORPGs, etc., that the end game is that spurious, inconsistent, on occasion milestones you reach in group content. Now, if we want to be realistic with each other, the vast majority of the time you're interacting is not in group content. It's in single player content where you accrue, you amass materials and grind for stuff. It's crazy now a little bit, in my opinion, where grinding for things is somehow now synonymous in at least in the people who are vocal, it's somehow synonymous with interacting and grouping with other people. When ultimately, like, and then they keep thinking like, oh, it's an MMORPG. It's like people grind for things usually not as groups now, even more so than it did before. But before, it was kind of almost arguably longer than it is now. So whenever I think about grinding and stuff, I'm kind of curious why it's like specifically for this. Maybe it's because I don't play any other live service games that are constituted as MMORPGs, but generally speaking, I want to be very respectful, as respectful as I can. The answer is both. If there is resources, you can constantly make the argument, oh, it's best to focus on more important things, right? More important things, like this group wants this, believes they are more important, and then this group wants this, they believe their opinion is more important. And my first thought is, I sit here and I'm thinking all your points are important. It would be nice if there was less time spent trying to counter-argue each other as though it's a competition, because somehow you think that a game with such a limited community left managing things could use more strife and more convoluted conflicts of interest in order to perpetuate a brighter future for the game. Like, my thought is, oh, that's a pretty decent idea. I wonder how they're going to implement it. Do you have any ideas? And then someone else is like, no, that idea is garbage. It's not even important, because they're not important. What I'm going to say is more important. That's kind of the attitude that happens, in my opinion, most of the time. And this, to me, is like, hey guys, I care about group content and I'm a good leader and I organize things, and then I go to these forums and attack everyone else who's not part of my group. And what I mean by that is mental space. Like, oh, if you don't think like me, so you're not part of my group, so let's go to the forums and diminish your perspective because you don't share the same perspective. That's kind of what the Discord is. Usually. Oh, there, Ripper. All right, so not much to talk about other than that. Right now, right, it centers around the answer that they're going to have to, Cryptic has to, in the next module, like 33, and not the half module. Half module is set for precedence to be experimental, so I hope they keep it experimental. Maybe a solo dungeon would be an experimental concept. And then whatever they're moving on from this. So like this theme thing. I would love to see like a green, blue, sky oriented thing. That would be kind of nice. Swap up instead of underground and ground level things. Maybe like a skybox or something. Floating things. That would be kind of neat. Brighter, greener pastures. Water. Something with water. Bright water. And whatnot. So module 33, we're getting close to ending. Like, there are only 2 more weeks, right? Module 33, I hope 32.5 is experimental and continue to be experimental. And then module 33 would answer most of these questions. The core question is, are they going to dial back? It's pretty unanimous that the center point is how even though this module tried to tackle every existing mechanic and every existing like interaction point of their design all slammed into the same thing, the distribution of the currency has nearly been disagreeable. This even among individuals who do grind for these things and whatnot. So curious how they're gonna scale it back and address that despite having quote unquote limited resources and developer time or deadline to create the content, right? The solo content. The group content is recyclable in a way that is kind of irrelevant to me right now, so probably want to go and talk, like, voice your opinions if you're engaging in the dungeons and the trials or the back-to-back trials. For myself, what I cover is what's important to me. So much like that guy that comes in and just says, oh, it's an MMORPG, so, or an MMO, you should expect group content. If you don't like the group content or don't participate in it, then go play a single player RPG. And I'm like, yeah, you can do both. Despite being ignorant of knowing that the large majority of the time is still probably doing solo content things. And also despite the reality that Neverwinter Online is also a live service game. A live service game is predicated on balancing both of them. In fact, nowadays, if this person was a little bit more in touch, or various people are a little bit more in touch with other live service games to set a precedence, I'm not saying Neverwinter needs to be like these, but the vast majority of people, positive feedback and community for building deals with enhancing the single player experience and allowing the group experience to come together on its own. So like the idea is incentivizing and wanting people to be in the game in order for the game, the presence of those players, to contribute to development of a community. Now that has been more of the popular way of going about it. That doesn't mean it's the only way this could succeed. Yeah, you can, like, it will be interesting in module 33 if they decide to enforce it, even if they double down, where like, okay, now group content is absolutely mandatory. Not only are your quests dependent on other groups, we want it all the time, because that's kind of where they're pushing the limits here. Nearly all the quote-unquote farming related things are either a world instance thing where collectively, even among the solo campaigning zones and all that stuff, like the campaigning zones, it requires that a group exists. And then the trials and dungeons maybe will continue to do just that. My interesting experiment proposal, as I have said in the last two modules, is to flip the script. This is an experimentation of how far you can push the campaign zone being completely dependent on having more group people in order to like increase playtime and contribute to the whole MMO feel, right? Like the old guard keeps hand waving around, and then spin it on its head. Make the dungeons a solo thing. Like at this point, change is interesting. At least I'm biased towards change. However, I feel many are actually even interested in change, despite they are stuck in their own ways and are very happy and comfortable with that. For myself, it would be interesting to see how well solo dungeons are received, right? Because if there's anything that's worth feedback, is trying to test something to see if it works. Instead of sitting here saying, he said, she said, hearsay, they say, my point is more important than their point is more important. I think it's almost like night and day when it comes to playing. I do play Persona 5X, right? Persona 5X or Phantom X, P5X, and man, each additional feature feels like you're kind of wanting to interact with other people because you want to know how they did their thing. So it really plays into communal things, like the new addition of the Astrolabe or the Astrolab mode, it makes it so that every person's run is likely going to vary. And because of that, even though despite not interacting directly with another player or working together, augmented reality, social media and stuff makes it so that it is a communal thing to do. Like, oh, hey, how did you run through your 13 battles across 20 characters or so, and how you organize your run? And then that immediately creates a community. Here, it's more like, oh, my group did this, but we're not going to share anything because we've already got our business done. If you don't have a group, go get into a group. So the idea is like, it's having the opposite effect. It's like our clique versus your clique. So, and it's still very frequent despite how much smaller the group is, like the community, the group, the pool of players. And some part of me would say design language, developer and publisher like intent and how they design their content could pave the way for more of a encouraging that behavior, like a collective behavior that actually makes it feel like an MMO. Right now it's more like people who use MMO as a soft argument that it's group content, but they act like it's not group content. Like they behave, their behavior makes it so that it's more like gatekeeping. The comments that are flowing in feedback forums and stuff is constantly gatekeeping. Like, hey, oh, if you don't like this, then go play a game that you actually like. Like, if you don't like this stuff, well, this game's about this, so go and play something else that isn't the thing you don't like. That's gatekeeping, right? And does Neverwinter need more gatekeeping? I don't know, but this stuff hasn't changed in a long while, and it will be very interesting to see. This new community manager seems to like to be involved in things. I don't know how much sway it has on developer priorities, but it does get me a little bit excited to see how the developer is going to respond to a lot more vocal this time around. A lot more vocal. They've definitely pushed a lot more buttons than before. I don't cover any of those things. Maybe I will in the future, but to be respectful to that person who says, oh yeah, if you don't like the group content, go and play a single player RPG. And it's like, yeah, I will. That's why I'm gonna go play Persona and record more Persona stuff. However, unlike what that person's ignorance would suggest, I also cover the solo accessible content on Neverwinter, because that is also something they make. You can pretend like it doesn't exist, and then someone could accuse me like, well, you never knew what an MMORPG was like before. It's like, listen, my friend, or not my friends, I guess I'm not like a spring chicken, and I stand by what I said. Like, the vast majority of the time, even during the golden age of MMOs, which is what people keep referring to when they're stuck in their past, the large majority of your time is still single player oriented. Like, I'm not one to I'm not going to go and try to gaslight someone, but for myself, so much of that is, yes, I do remember those clears, right? Those clears of the hardcore dungeons, the first hardcore dungeon introduced, getting to level 70, but there is no reality that I live in personally, respectfully disagree, right? Respectfully disagree that the vast majority of people's game time, even in an MMORPG, I'm being a little bit more specific, because MMOs now are a little bit different. Actually, not RPGs, you do spend the majority of time interacting with other people. In these games, you still spend the most amount of time, arguably alone, like doing solo things. Now, if that person truly stopped referring, like, I don't know, where's this generalization coming from? Using the word like the abbreviation MMO to stand for MMORPGs like these, there are MMO games where you do in fact spend the vast majority of your time interacting with other people. And they're not referred to as MMOs most of the time. They're referred to like as extraction shooters, battle royale games, right? Especially extraction shooters, now that PvE VP is like the hybrid that people have, right? Hats off to the Arc Raiders developers, and more. There's so many more that are coming where, yeah, those ones are in fact building around an environment where you are spending most of your time in group content or interacting with other people. And even in those situations, they are individual based a lot of times and interacting with other group members because they want to be in that space. Like Arc Raiders wasn't designed in a sense that, oh yeah, everyone has to start as a group. It's more like the individual loves playing the game, and they built an environment in which it kept the player in the game, which led to interactions with other group members. This one is more like, oh yeah, let's force ourselves together and hope that our common interest is the reason why we would stick together. Historically, and also maybe a little bit human conditionally, that's usually not good enough. Acquiring common interests is like two bounty hunters having a common interest. Once that bounty is up and there's nothing for either of them, the alliance often dissolves, right? It's a bunch of solo players who keep thinking that it's about group play, and they only enter group play when there's something in it for them. Like, I'm not speaking for everyone. Obviously, there are benevolent people out there that like to stay in a game and help people because there's nothing in it for them. That's perfectly fine. Like, those exist. But like, I want to avoid cherry picking bad actors and good actors. I think the reality is that a common interest based on performance and objectives is tenuous. Like, for example, getting into an Overwatch game and the common interest is you want to win the round. The moment when the round is unwinnable, the group splinters. Even in those moments, and they spend 90% of their time interacting in group play. So if you're gonna make a humanistic reality check on me when it comes to understanding how people's mentalities are, well, the person who's keyboard warrioring and speaking as though they represent a group, that is exactly the attitude that involves people who only are interested in their common interest, not in a community that's built on emergent encounters. Like, the very nature of trying to talk down to another person is the very nature that reveals that you exhibit a behavior that isn't great for group play. It is for business transaction. You play because there's a business transaction waiting to happen. You play because there are rings, there are shirts, there are rewards for that. And when someone tells me that's what made World of Warcraft, if you think that's what made World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, like RuneScape, interesting, lively, and communal, I think, to me, I would strongly and respectfully disagree with you. I think you belong to a different subset, because what made those moments beautiful is because they came together largely due to the nature, in my opinion, that people wanted to be in the game. They wanted to play the game. And the rest came about because of the game. Not because you have to, or to get to the reward, you need to have to work with someone else, right? to get the reward, you need to learn team play, or you need to deal with or tolerate team play. In both cases, the one that's saying, oh, it's about group play, and they talk and attack other people for saying it's not group play. That's legitimately like not being a group oriented person when discussing topics. Like, I can only imagine what it's like when someone like that enters a group. It's like, oh, hey, this is how we do the run. If you disagree with me, get out of the group. Like, at least in my opinion, that type of behavior, it translates to the group. So if I'm going on the forum and this person's like, oh yeah, you know, I'm really happy about the dungeon having a lot of grinding. I help organize groups, and but all these people who are whining about not being able to find groups, they don't know what they're talking about. They're just like really lazy and behaviorally. My first thought is, I don't want to be in that guy's group. Like, if it's like an oxymoron, it's a hypocrite in my opinion that's happening. You decided that you're good, you're a good person, you like organizing groups, you like help supporting the thing. Meanwhile, you're on the forum attacking anyone who's not part of your group, or your agreements, or your point of view and whatnot. That is like saying, oh hey, I really care about people, but I don't care about you. It's like, oh hey, I do care and try my best to be compassionate about people, but I really hate you. Just specifically you're not important. And that's kind of how I feel when you're constantly reading these. Not that so this doesn't make me upset. I feel like understanding this, it makes one not upset. Like, I have an appreciation for understanding, at least through the Discord that I'm commenting about when I'm reading these messages, that I kind of get an idea. I don't want to step on people's toes. So if I get into a group, I'll follow whoever the leader is, or whoever has the loudest voice. That's kind of the Neverwinter 101. If you want to get into a guild or an alliance or a channel, you gotta be ready to follow whoever's the experienced person and then talk complacently. You get your job done, you check your boxes, and then you get your loots. And then if so you happen to be lucky, people will help you out and you get what you put in. Like, that's great. For myself, I'm big pass on most of that. I like passion. I like passion and compassion. So what I loved, if someone said like, oh, don't you pine for the old World of Warcraft days? Yeah. And then at the same time, this would be the same person like, well, Neverwinter is never going to be that. Those golden age of old will never happen again. It's like, yeah, I agree too. So what's your point? And they would say like, well, you sound like you're complaining about trying to capture the old spirits. Like, no, I'm actually trying to highlight that it's time for those old things to fade and look for even more better things, or things that are built with the people that exist now. That's kind of my counter, like overall my counter argument for like 4 weeks ago when someone wrote an essay on how they know exactly why I'm recording these things. Like, oh, I pine for nostalgia. It's like, boy howdy, I don't pine to go back to things that I have already done. In fact, I think life is far more dynamic and interesting to continuously promote that people stop shutting things down and trying to preserve the way it was, because those people don't exist now. Like, what I mean by that is when someone says, oh yeah, like, don't treat this like it used to be, or this is like what it used to be, is like, well, you're not working with the people that exist. You're pretending, or at least in my opinion, you're trying to see only the people you care about and not the people who are in the game. So my first thought is, well, it would be nice if you work with all the existing things that are here and not just the things you want to work with. That's nostalgia. So right now, It will be very curious next time. I'm genuinely seeing how they're going to straddle this. Are they because the dungeon is coming up, right? The next time is dungeon time, and well, outside the half module. That's kind of what I wanted to talk about. Reading feedback next week, and maybe the week after next. I'll probably peruse through the tank feedback Discord, because what's kind of getting me a little excited is what are they going to change to tanks, and then once they do that, it's probably going to be my last thing. Tanks are what I play. This module is like grinding aspect of the thing. It's a skip. Actually, it's a big skip for myself. So I didn't even do my 3 characters. Usually I keep 3 characters up to date. My barbarian and my fighter is no longer up to date. We're gonna move forward with a paladin, barring mod 32.5 maybe be where the tank rebalancing happens, or like all the tank stuff. I think the people who are doing that, the tank players, like when they're looking, actually it's not as volatile and condescending and like back talking and stuff than the mod 32 Red Harvest 2 general feedback one. Largely because the feedback seems to be more like an op-ed and attacking people about whataboutisms. Like, oh, well, you don't like grinding? What about Black Desert Online? It's like, oh, you don't like grinding? Then what about other games that have it? Like, this is an MMO. What about you go play a single player game? That's kind of what's happening. But in the tank forum situation, they're all talking about their personal experiences, and then they're like collaborating and corroborating certain things. That's pretty neat. So we'll probably talk about that next week. I'll give it a good old look. I don't min-max too much tank things. My excitement is the opportunity that something is going to change about tanks, and like the play style or something is going to change, and that is fantastic, right? At least, again, I've made it clear that my personal biases is I'm a person who's pro change. Video games is to exercise the good old noggin and fingers and whatnot and thought process, not to maintain the same things and habit formations, although live service games do have that incentive. Until next time, right, we'll be back with the last 2 weeks. It's a great way to brainstorm, and I will try to come up with a more developed topic for the last 2 weeks. Until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, thank you as always. You're more than welcome to follow along whatever it is that you find attractive about Neverwinter Online. I only capture the single player experience, so the minimum or maybe maximum amount of time someone is willing to do the campaigning process, which is very accessible. It's like less than 30 minutes for a week, and that might be a reflection of its lack of content, or might also be a reflection of its disproportionate catering to specific farming and grinding, which I do not do. I am completing the solo content, looking around what the solo content is, and I'm rarely bootstrapping through those things. It is to me, it is unnecessary for me to do those things in order to find that 30 minutes of satisfaction once a week and then waiting for the next module. So for me, I'm perfectly content with putting in the amount of time that I find valuable. That is the ultimate answer, despite all the disagreements about what should be longer, what should be shorter, what should be more rewarding. For myself, I navigate adaptively to as much time or value that I see fit, not catering to the strong gaslighting and gatekeeping that happens when someone tells someone else how to play games, how to do things, and what to do, because they aren't doing it right. They aren't doing it correctly. And that's kind of where my commentary today really address. If you're unhappy, I really do hope that you find time to choose things that make you happy, or you want to record or make commentary about. This is what I do when I'm playing a live service game, even when I'm not streaming it. If I'm doing a Neverwinter, if I'm grinding something, if I truly am grinding something, I would be thinking about other things. Right, what to do next? What are we gonna do? Can we watch a movie? That type of thing, because it's kind of like drinking coffee at this point. And me talking about these things and welcoming other people, right? Like, so feel free to follow along or give Neverwinter Online a try, right? Let me stop on by. We can yap about it, talk about the pros and cons that you see. We can discuss about things. That's actually where my time is, where I invest in commentary and discussion with communities or people who are people, not someone who is on a forum necessarily who could care less what you have written. That's a little bit different. So you're more than welcome to come on by, yap your grievances, gain affirmation, or engage in some very nitty-gritty discussions. Most of the time, actually, I do play single player games outside of like P5X, which is still a single player game but have a communal component to it, right? And then I keep up with PSO2 and GS, which will have an April story update. That might be my last for that one as well. And then I play Hearthstone. So outside of that, spend the majority of my time skill development, right? We talk about communication here, executive function, and habit formation. Many of those things that come with how people, when you think about what does this have to do, the vast majority of my skills, what does this have to do with playing an MMORPG? Gaming is a lifestyle choice a lot of times now for a large majority of people. Maybe not so much Neverwinter Online since it's like an older population, but younger population, it's a lifestyle choice. So it does involve communication skills, problem solving skills, and decision making, because time management, it factors into how they negotiate these things. If you're upset about things, being able to discuss and interpret those things and making decisions that voluntarily allow you to be content with your executive functions, it's a great way. And that's why I still play live service games. And I am presently looking forward to new live service related developments that I will effectively phase out Neverwinter Online and probably PSO2 NGS for now, right? And it's not really that much time in the long scheme of things, because it's like 30 minutes to an hour over 10 days, and then it's going to be like 3 months of downtime. P5X is a little different. It's less than 2 weeks of downtime, but I really enjoy P5X, so yeah, more than welcome. So until next time, I'll see everyone next week. We might be talking about tank stuff, like tank consideration stuff. Make it the last 2 weeks of things. Maybe I can add a little bit about whatever people are talking about DPS. So we'll do tank and DPS discussions before the end, and then it's off to module 32.5. There's a chance I might not cover module 32.5, so we'll see. Until then, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching. Good luck. Game responsibly, and hopefully you're choosing to do things with your time, your spare time, that brings you joy and happiness, right? That's the original vision of gaming, and not being stuck, being harassed, trivialized by bigger personalities. Until then, stay safe, happy gaming. Bye bye.